Get y'all game sound. It's a really good menu song here. Ooh, very loud. Let's turn that down a little bit. Oh my god, these sounds are so loud. Jesus Christ. We're gonna turn everything down a little bit, and if I need to, I'll turn it back up. Good lord. There we go. Click, 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 click. All right, let me give you your kitty cat kingham. There you go, there's Penny, she's sleeping. You can have that. I think I need a refill on my wine. So I'm gonna go grab that. I'll be right back. Y'all can say hi to Penny. She opened her eyes. Points. Kitty. If anyone's curious, this is what I'm drinking. It's from a local winery in Fredericksburg. It's called Float Rosé, and it is delicious. Give ourselves a nice hefty pour there. All right. I saw it abbreviated as F-Berg. Wait, what? Fredericksburg is F-Berg? That's hilarious. Somehow even weirder than Pflugerville. Okay. Here we go. New game. Welcome to your dream vacation. Before we get started, what shall we call you? Oh. I didn't know I was gonna have to do this. It's a lot of pressure.
Meow.
Oh, it went away. Hold on. Let me put it back. There you go. I'll give you another couple minutes. I mean, I guess I could just do bright. Let's just do bright. Look at all these Monstera leaves. So pretty. I am dating killer. All right, we're loading. I gotta say, this is a bop. Oh, okay, here we go. I forgot. Don't use your real name, it's too late. I'm gonna have to do a lot of voice acting in this. Okay. This will just be my normal voice, I guess. You wake up on the beach, soaking wet. Salt water stinging the inside of your throat as if you'd nearly drowned. Water falls from your mouth as you open it to gasp for air. You have no memory of how you got here. In fact, you can only remember your own name, but not where you came from or a single fact about your life. I love selective amnesia. What you do know is that, despite the outrageous beauty of the landscape around you, I gotta turn this down in my headphones, it's so loud. You feel incredibly sick to your stomach. Wow, it really went down the wrong pipe, huh? Do you need a minute or can I go on? Oh, do we already break the fourth wall? Because I can give you a minute. We got plenty of time. Endless time, really. Oh, God! An eternity, if you catch my drift. Whoa, not now, Ocean. Sorry, Bright, may I continue? Why am I talking to the narrator? Okay, please go on. Okay then. Actually, this should be like a fancier voice. Okay then. As I was saying, you look down at your feet, ankle deep in the crystal blue water of a newly arrived wave. As the water recedes back into the ocean, it reveals a grotesque discovery. Oh, God! Okay. A decomposing face stares up at you from beneath the sand. All you can do is vomit. A stream of dark bile, bugs, worms, and other ick. Why did I eat worms? Ew, buggers. Questions race through your mind. Where are you? How did you get here? Who is behind this incredibly charming and well-spoken voice in your head? However, answers don't come easy. Your mind is completely blank. They added my face in the game. What will you do? I don't really want to dig it up. I'm gonna say run. You turn away from this wretched sight and begin to run, but the beach, it's endless. Despite how far you run, you get nowhere. Exhausted, you stop and look behind you, your footsteps erased by soft blue waves. You turn inland. Considering your lack of options, you've got no choice but to walk into the brush. There's I can see a volleyball court. Why don't I just walk over there where there's clearly people? However, the beauty of the beach is not shared by the darkness of the palmy woods before you. There's nothing inviting about that shadowy forest. Terror freezes you in your steps. Why are you trying to run away? This is paradise! I don't know what the ocean sounds like. I'm getting real weird with it, so. You're here to enjoy yourself, don't you know? Have a little bit of fun. Take charge of your own experience. Well, that sure was weird, that voice again. Do oceans normally talk? Your memory isn't right, but you're pretty sure you remember learning as a child that oceans do not speak directly to people in spooky terms. Your mind doesn't have a chance to linger any longer on your current situation as you feel something soft bump into your foot. It's Wilson! When you look down, you find a volleyball sitting in the sand there next to you. You stare down, frozen. A voice calls out from behind you. Okay, it's the Huntress. Okay. Here's the problem. I'm really good at dude voices. Really good. I'm really bad at feminine voices. So I'll try. Little help, please. I don't know why she's Southern, but it's happening. I'm sorry. Just a little Southern belle. You turn around, and when you see what's waiting for you, your jaw just about hits the ground. Oh, damn! Okay. Oh my god. So. Oh. Oh, there we go. Okay. Look at all these cuties. Mommy? Sorry. Mommy? Sorry. They really put some titties on those ladies. Isn't one of them a ghost? Isn't she like a spirit of some sort? Her arm is severed. All right. 4 gorgeous monsters stand halfway between you and a well-tended volleyball court. Each of them oozes with undead energy, a magical aura reaching out and penetrating you via your eyes. Thank you for elaborating. I was concerned. Your heart begins to race. Curiosity, fear, desire. You can't help but stare at these casually dressed, let's call them killers. I don't know, not to be judgmental, but that's just the energy they put out there. So many competing feelings rush through your mind at once that you are completely paralyzed. Okay, he's gotta be like a dude bro, right? Like he's gotta be a himbo, right? Hello? There are weird days, and then there's this. All you can do is look down at the ball and back up at this monstrous lineup of, well, literal monsters. Sexy ass monsters, though. Bye, anime! Have a good night! I will commit plant crimes, thank you. Trapper is for sure a jock. Okay, alright, okay, I'll make him a jock. I trust you, you know. What do you do? Toss it back. You bend down and grab the ball. It's warm from sitting on the sand on this beautiful day. When you give the ball a toss, it arcs beautifully, we're just gonna keep using the word beautiful, okay, through the air and lands right in Huntress's hands. Sparkle, would you say that, I'm using a terrible Southern Belle voice for the Huntress. Is that accurate? Here's my problem is that I'm pretty sure they only make is she Russian? I could do Russian. All right. Some form of, okay. Not bad, stranger. Huntress's muscles ripple as she grips it in her hand. The music is very loud, you're right. I already turned it down, but I will continue to turn it down. Okay. Yeah, you can do the Russian. It is a dating sim. Wraith is from Africa and Spirit is of Asian descent. Okay. I will do my best. Huntress's muscles ripple as she grips it in her hand. You look her up and down and consider what it might be like to be held tightly in those strong arms. Warm, perhaps. Maybe a little sweaty, but that's okay, it's natural. This is, oh, what? Wow. Spirit is very rude already. Try hard much? Blech. They're speaking directly to you, but you still can't bring yourself to reply. You're entranced. When you snap out of it, you realize that everyone has gone back to the volleyball court. Alone again, you look across the beach at these strange residents who casually bat a volleyball back and forth, happily ignoring your intrusion onto their private beach. Should you be frightened? Worried? Excited? I did refer to them as killers, not to give too much away. This fucking narrator, it's like having Deadpool in your brain. But at the same time, damn, they are looking very appealing in their own way, and nobody so much as lifted a blood-soaked finger in your direction. God damn it, why is the ocean talking to me? Damn, murderer, what's your pronoun? I have played the Deadpool game. Not on stream, but I have played it. It was a lot of fun. Maybe you're supposed to date the ocean? Ooh. Ooh. Don't be scared, Bright. You were made for this. Well, geez, if the spooky ocean voice says not to be scared, I'm sure it's all gonna work out. With no good reason not to, you decide to head over and see what happens next. Seems like you've derailed the volleyball game just by showing up. Okay, jock voice. You derailed the game just by showing up, nitwit. And I guess you're also a nitwit. Look, it's best to just go with what Trapper says when he says it. That's a policy I hold for pretty much anyone who always seems to have fresh blood on their hands. It's a valid point. The ocean has killed more than all of them put together. Valid. Hey, don't worry about it. It's all just a game. Existence, that is. Besides, you seem a lot more interesting than a silly game. I can't do Russian. What is wrong with me? I'm trying. What's your deal? What brings you here? You mean they're here to do more than distract from my total domination? That was Wraith. That sign means he was done with the game too. Either that or he saw a butterfly or something. Look, I don't care why the slack-jawed moron is here. I just want to know, can I kill them or not? Please don't kill me. I just started the game. You know you can't. At least not yet. Oh yeah, not yet. She's pulling out an axe? You can't see her, damn it! Hold on. Well, you can, it's fine, we'll get to it. Hey Bright, you might want to say something. Actually, never mind. There'll be plenty of time for that soon enough. Right now, this group has some questions for you. But be warned, answer quickly and answer well. I refuse, I will not. This is a timed quiz, and it will be very important later. Uh-oh. Very important. Or not important in any way whatsoever. Probably that one, I can't remember. How attractive would you say you are? I am very attractive. I'd say I'm very attractive. That's what you think very attractive is compared to this? Oh, wow, he's really showing off those muscles. Way to go, bud. Trapper flexes his muscles, and his muscles are so tight you can practically see the blood running through his veins. That is not attractive. Okay, I don't know, he seems kind of like pretty sweet, so like, if you could have any superpower, what would it be? Invisibility. Same, although sometimes I think I already am. What was your best subject in school? What? These are terrible options. I guess history? Nice. It's important to know what came before so that we are not doomed to repeat humanity's mistakes. I mean, we will anyways, but still. What's your favorite animal? Cat. What's a mustelid? Sorry, I just like the bongo noise. Oh my god, definitely a cat, definitely. What? Why is everyone looking at me? You think just because I'm the typical cute goth girl, I have some specific love of all things cats, and more specifically black cats? Well, I do, but you can all go to hell anyway. It's like a weasel. Oh, okay. Oh, here we go. Family of carnivorous mammals, including weasels, badgers, otters, ferrets, martens, minks, and wolverines, among others. Wow. Well, I learned something new today, y'all. What's your favorite color? 3-day-old corpse. Let's go with blue. Blue isn't good for productivity. Makes people want to be lazy. No, sorry, that's Trapper. I can't read. Blue isn't good for productivity. Makes people want to be lazy. What's your dream job? Not working at all. Takes a lot of courage to break free from society's expectations to climb the ladder. Only she could spin laziness into some kind of grand crusade. These damn millennials, how dare you? First I get bullied by the boomers. Then I get bullied by the zoomers. And now I'm getting bullied by a video game. Best flavor of ice cream? If there's not mint chocolate chip, I'm gonna be real pissed. Ooh, horse flesh? No! Chocolate! My favorite flavor is pain. Same. Same here. Mine is vanilla. Swirled with pain. Horse flesh is far better than mint chocolate. No! You see? Do you see? The narrator agrees with me. I think mint chip is the greatest flavor ever conceived myself. But enough about ice cream, am I right? Hold on a second. This reminds me, I am right, always. It's a lesson you should learn before we go too much further. Do what I say if you want to survive. Pick mint chip. We're teaching lessons now, narrator? You rascal. Kill or be killed is the rule on this island, even for faceless voices. Tell me, what's the best flavor of ice cream? It's fucking mint chip, Narrator already established itself as untrustworthy. When? So obedient. I think you're gonna do just fine. Anywho, now that they know so much about you, I'm sure the group wants you to start getting to know them. God, I just can't take this guy seriously. I'm Trapper. I pretty much run things around here. I'm the smartest, richest, strongest person on this whole island. I don't like losers. If you want to know what a loser is, say hello to Wraith. You're being mean. You're being mean. Hi, I'm Wraith. I'm nothing like everybody else. I like nice people and loathe big dumb idiots. Hey, what's up? I'm Spirit. I don't like most things. I don't really hate most things either. It's not worth my time, but the things I hate, I really hate, you know? Based on my personal observations, life is nothing but suffering, and society is a carefully calculated lie to keep everyone subservient to those in power. It's better to choose to just not take part. Wow, okay. Jeez, it's like she was just downright murdered by society. She hates it so much. Oh no, wait, I'm remembering Spirit's story now, and that's almost exactly what happened. Oh no. I'm Huntress. Don't let these bombers get you down. There's lots of fun to be had on this island, along with lots of love. Yeah, there is, if you know what I mean. Grow up. Grow a body. I've explained this 1,000 times. I'm dead, but I'm not a literal ghost. I just create a trail of fog. I'm not made of it. Whatever, Fog Body. It's my new band name, Fog Body. We live in a society. Yes. That's not nice. He's not nice. You love it. Only sometimes. Ew, really? That's disgusting. That's why she likes it. Don't speak for me. I also hate it. Stop speaking entirely, actually. For the first time ever, I agree with Wraith. Let's move on. Otherwise, they'll do this all day. Besides, if I know this crew, and I do, they'll want to show off soon enough. If we're done playing, let's do something else instead. Wow, for once I actually agree with the meathead. I say we go to my yacht. It's the massive boat docked nearby. I'll give everyone a taste of true luxury and power. Wraith rolls his eyes. Don't mind him, he just hates fun and happiness. No, I hate the endless, desperate, soul-crushing pursuit of wealth, the way it's flaunted needlessly, and the cruelty it engenders. What about hanging out by the pool? I find the water calming. Simple, beautiful. Hey, what about our volleyball game? We can exercise and have some fun as a group. Are you all serious? There's a perfectly good lounge to chill out at right there. I am tired, and besides, I hate being in the sun. Where do you want to go? Oh, I sure as shit don't want to go on your fucking yacht, you jerk. Let's go to this lounge, looks pretty cool. To kick up your feet, look out over the ocean, and relax on your own terms. Who would want anything else? Dry, comfortable, enjoying a cool drink on a hot day. It's the best. I mean, what kind of fool, what kind of monster, what kind of mask-wearing psychopath would finally be granted a break from the constant grind of chasing and fighting to get ahead, and then choose to exert themselves in, quite frankly, any way whatsoever? Oh, what happened to your face? Why am I the only one who gets it? It's time to stop living by their rules. I won't do it any longer. Yeah, we should probably give her a second to calm down. Who are these cuties? Hold on. For just one moment. This is Dwight and Claudette, our activities coordinators. They're also the cooks, waiters, bartenders, janitors, and every other job. They're the only help remaining on the island. Have the other ones been killed? Is that safe to assume? This place we call Murderer's Island. Cue dramatic musical flourish. Damn, those are some short shorts, Dwight. Okay. None of the others survived. Survived the interview process, I mean. Hence why we shall heretofore refer to them as survivors with a capital S. I see what you're doing. I see this. Hi, hello everyone. I'm in Florida visiting fam, but I am very much looking forward to rewatching this later. Hi, Strix. Have fun with your family. Thanks for stopping by. Ah, nice, WPG. You did it. These two have worked here for a long time. So very long. I don't actually know how long it's been. Sorry, anyway, I should probably let Dwight and Claudette do their mandated jobs. They sure look happy, but they're vibrating with a nervous energy that's starting to give me the creeps. We will now escort the group to the venue of your choosing. However, in the future, we recommend waiting for us to present you with your options whenever possible, and don't just run off to various activities unsupervised. I'm giving them both nerd voices because they're adorable nerds. They are kind of like Team Rocket, yeah. We don't have much autonomy around here. The least you can do is allow us to do our job. The most you could do is help us get off this island. Dwight! Yes, pardon me. Please, follow us. Can I... Listen, I know this is a Dead by Daylight dating sim, but can I date them? They're really cute. I have great AC and good food in a pool, so I can't complain. Nice, I'm glad. Hey, narrator? Yes, something I can help you with? those two, Claudette and Dwight, did they just start to mention something about wanting to escape? Is escape an option? Should I be trying to escape? Escape? Them? Oh, no. I think you're mistaken. It seemed like Dwight was asking for help to get off this island, though. Oh, right, that. Yes, that's true, he was. But he just meant that he wants to get to the other vacation island getaway a couple miles south of here. It has much fancier accommodations than this island. It's one of those big corporate outfits, quite exclusive, where all the famous celebrities hang out. Very luxurious. Doesn't have quite the charm this island has, though. Trust me, you wouldn't want to go there. With all that money comes a lot of restrictions. This is where you belong. Now off you go. It's time for an activity. On this island, your decisions matter, mostly, when I agree with them. Not like that other island. So what'll it be? I gotta choose again? God. Oh, they are from the game? Nice. Maybe those two are the real killers. I mean, I gotta turn down the sound effects. It's still really fucking loud. It's not gonna let me. Okay. Gonna go for now, TTYL. Sounds good, Katie. Thanks for hanging out. I'll see you tomorrow. At what point do you realize that the voice in your head isn't the voice in your head, but something communicating telepathically? I don't know. It's a good question. Bongos. Turn down the sound effects as well. Finally. Freedom from the preposterous premise that the four of us would be engaged in some sort of thrilling 2-on-2 volleyball match. Spirit looks at you from beneath her gigantic sun hat. She takes a conspiratorial tone. Don't understand why I have so many burps today. Hold on. Taking some Tums. And also, I think I'll turn up the fan because it's very hot in here. Probably from the bubbles you drank. Probably. This game is far too self-aware, which is funny in itself, but it's making all the jokes before I can. Stealing my material. I don't know whose idea volleyball was in the first place, but I hate them. I tried to feign a sprained ankle, but everyone already knows that I technically float above the ground, so nobody believed I was even putting any pressure on my joints in the first place. I mean, yeah. Then I tried to annoy everyone by not giving a crap, and when that didn't work, I tried whining, and when that didn't work... Oh! Jesus! Okay. I threatened to kill every single person on this island! But, it turns out I'm not the first to toss those kind of threats around on this island. So, thanks, I guess, for getting it called off. You know, she's pretty cute when she's not trying to murder me. I'm just saying. Are we threatening to end each other again? Now it's Dwight who takes on a conspiratorial tone, his eyes shifting as he slips into a loud whisper. Please just make it quick! Is what you'll be saying when we get behind the bar and make you the drink of your dreams. Hilarious, right? Right, Dwight? Oh shit. Sparkle, I'm so sorry. You sent me a link hours ago, and I didn't fucking look at it. Yes. The answer is yes. If you're still here. This is the lady who did the necklace that I have. ADHD. Yeah, right. So what'll you be having? Oh. You're welcome. They're really good. The lady who works there said that like people love those necklaces. Like they will come in specifically and build like collections of them. Just get like one of each type of stone. And I totally understand because they're gorgeous and I love them, but they are a little expensive. Vodka soda's my go-to. Coming right up. Oh shit, I didn't know everybody came over here. Thought I was getting some one-on-one time with the goth chick. I mean, this makes sense though, if she's, yep, okay, yep, I think you were very much right on this one, Sparkle. Really takes me back home. You know, vodka is a very special drink to me. Warms the blood on a cold night in the woods. On occasion, I would, how you say, bump into the occasional soldier while hiking across the motherland. They always had a nip of vodka tucked away in a special little silver package in a special little hidden pocket. But no one hides from me. A bit basic to be drinking vodka on a tropical island, no? And you're mixing it with soda, really? Why are you being so judgy, lady? I like what I like. God. That woman scares me and I love her. That's amazing. Being passionate about being passionless is so last year. It's also my thing and you're making it look bad. That's 2 strikes. Since we fulfilled your requests, it's time for you to return the favor. Hydrate or dehydrate, cheers. Oh God. Should have known there was a catch. Icebreaker time. I swear, had I known they'd pull all this, I swear, had I known they'd pull this kind of faux enthusiastic community building crap, I'd have suggested we attempt to walk to the lowest point of the ocean before I ever set foot near this bar. You're very contrarian, aren't you? It's kind of your whole deal. You don't think it could be kind of fun? A little fun? Never mind, I hate it. This sucks. But it could be fine, or whatever you say. Has anyone seen my hat? I've literally never seen him in a hat. If we must make small talk, I'm at least picking a topic before we end up being forced to do some lame improv game that nerds learn at their non-sports after-school activities that I definitely never did because I'm no nerd. I feel like you did though. If you know about it. I'm just not realizing she's got like shards of glass sticking out of her thighs. Jesus. Hey, that's what I said! Methinks a certain someone doth protest too much. Sitting here on this beautiful, sunny afternoon, warm sand beneath the cool fog beneath my severed feet. The topic I choose is books, novels, comics, fiction, or none. Reading is the only real escape from the inescapable horror of life, the escape into your own mind. Her arm too? Yeah, and like both of her arms are severed, and so is one of her legs. I'm impressed they're all staying somewhat together. I agree about reading, though. A groan rolls through the crowd. Not a lot of readers here, I'd imagine, based on that response. They were much more enthusiastic about drinking. Considering the situation we're in, it seems appropriate time to ask you. Bright, what's your desert island book? The one book you'd bring with you if you were, well, on an island like this. Oh, and it has to be classic horror, for reasons that should be obvious. She means because this is an island of horror villains, and also those books are all in the public domain. Valid? Nothing too modern. Humanity has really gotten soft these past 100 years. Clearly, you have never read a modern horror book. They are... I don't even have words to describe it. Some of them are real fucking nasty. Sorry, I accidentally left Flux on and my computer was getting orange. Listen, y'all, I read this book. We're taking a timeout, because you know me, I talk books. It's the Southern, something like Southern Ladies Book Club's Guide to Vampires, Killing Vampires. Something like that. I can't remember the exact, but it is not a typical vampire novel, and the vampire is some weird like bug thing, and it doesn't suck your blood from your neck. It does it from your thigh, and it's real creepy, and the way they describe this bug is disgusting, and I just, nah. It's a decent book, but like, I don't, something about horror these days, people get real like visceral and gross, and I'm not into it. All right, out of these three, probably Dracula. To be seduced by some beautiful stranger, only to learn later on that they're an immortal villain. It's downright thrilling. Well, I guess, but I was gonna say that despite the deviant behavior of Dracula and the threat of possible danger or even death that he poses, you can't help but get turned on by the liberation from the status quo that he represents. Yep, same here. So what if some old doctor says he's a bad boy? You're supposed to reek like garlic and sleep alone? Who do they think would buy into that? This is an interesting pose for her. What is this? You can see right up her little kimono. If you're gonna be trapped in this nightmare that is the undead life eternal, which I know a little something about, you could do a lot worse than great clothes, a castle, and a lover who doesn't take shit from anyone. The scariest part of Dracula is thinking that no one will ever be quite as interesting to make love to as a vampire. Okay. Enough about these old stories that belong to someone else. I think it's time to make up some new stories of our own. That wasn't Russian, I'm sorry. I'm really trying. I'm very bad at accents. Before you know what's going on, Huntress is waving an empty vodka bottle in the air, a devilish twinkle in her half-mask covered eye. You forgot to turn off March. I left that in just for you, WPG. And might I suggest something a little naughty? Let's all get in a circle and spin this bad boy. Whoa, what? I didn't know the Trickster was in this game. Great idea. I have no idea what voice to give this person. Trickster, isn't it a bit late to introduce a new character? I thought I was the one who gets to make the rules, so I'm not sure who I'm asking. But I wasn't ready for this. Well, hello! And who is this new fan in the waiting? Beat it, hack! I don't know, what's the harm in inviting one more person to join the circle for our game? Oh, I can't stay. I was just saying it's a great idea. Also, while teasing the secret Trickster ending. Oh, great, thanks. I've got much better things to do than hang out here. I'm famous. What is he, a K-pop star? Toodaloo! Trickster's Korean, I think. That makes sense. I can see that. The rules are simple. First you spin, and then you swap. Spit, that is. But let's be clear, this ain't a peep show. We're here to have a good time, but in a classy way. All makeouts will happen out of view of the public eye. Real romantic-like. Yes, romance is the goal, so we'll all be waiting here in complete silence, trying to listen in and use our imaginations while you make out on the other side of the bar, but not watching. Like adults. Romantic, well-adjusted adults. Right, you're up. You grip the bottle in your hand and put your fate in the hands of the empty bottle gods. Minigames consist of 2 parts. On top, a pointer which rotates in a clockwise direction. And on bottom, a target you're gonna be pointing at. It's literally Dead by Daylight. This is fucking generator bullshit. Hi, Bumblebee, welcome on in, how are you? I'm so bad at timing. This here upcoming minigame is a special minigame. Perfect for the less coordinated because there's no winning or losing. Oh, good. Well, not technically. Wherever the pointer stops, that's your result. I suppose if it doesn't stop where you want it to, that's a bit like losing, but no one has to know if you don't tell them. Okay, ready to play? Or would you like me to repeat that? Let's just fucking go. Away we go. Spin the bottle and see who you're gonna smooch. Wait, I don't understand. There was... you set me up with all those instructions and then this is not what's happening. Okay. I'll take Wraith. I'll take literally anyone but Trapper. Doing great, thanks. I saw you were on and wanted to pop in. How are you? I'm good. I'm drinking some rosé and playing a Dead by Daylight's dating simulator. You got Wraith. You two are meant to be. Psych! You have to actually spin multiple times to get your real result. First to get to 3 times is your true match. That's how we play hardcore spin the bottle on this here island. Now get your spin on. Oh God. Okay, I got it. Wraith again. Huntress. Shit! I've gotten everybody once. Oh, I think it's Wraith. That's 3 times, right? There we go. I got an achievement for that. Casual mini gamer. Ooh. Just this morning, you were waking up on a strange beach surrounded by strangers with murderous intent. Now you're looking across the beach towel at Wraith, lust in his eyes, sweat glistening on his skin. Your heart races. You can feel your pulse pounding in your ears. Wraith takes you by the hand, and you sit face to face at a private section of the bar. Oh, there's little barflies. Are those like the barflies in my tummy? He begins to reach for you, putting his hands on your shoulders. You're sweating, but not in the sexy way he is. You're sweating in the gross way you'd sweat at the interview for a job you're not even remotely qualified for. You don't know what to do. If you try and lock lips in this state, you might gross him out so completely that he'll never be able to look at you romantically again. Wraith, we... Look, you're great, but also terrifying. Did he just steal your line? I want to be kissed by you, but well, I'm maybe not even sure how. Is that sad? Great, now I look sad. Well, if the tropical shorts fit. You make me happy to be around, I think. I'm still so new to all of this. We can figure it out together. Really? Really? I'd like to get to know you. And, you know, the kissing thing sounds great and theory. It sure doesn't sound painful. So then, for now, Wraith reaches out and gives you a vigorous handshake. We're acquaintances, going on friends, going on lovers? I'm sorry. Great handshake, by the way. Really? Wait, wouldn't it be funny if I made my voice Marge? Or not Marge, Barb. Truly. I hate to break up such a passionate moment that we only assume was passionate because we'd never spy on you while you constantly while you stay on the island. But dinner is being served right away, and we must insist that you join us. We wouldn't want anyone dying of starvation when there are so many more interesting things to die from. Fair, I guess. Seems like the next activity is mealtime? How quaint. You were expecting what? Capture the flag? Do you know how complicated it is to run a game like that? Much more so than sitting and talking. You arrive at the cookout area to find an assortment of picnic tables scattered around. What were you expecting? Some kind of grand hall with a huge banquet table? This ain't some prestigious fantasy epic like you'd find on cable. Oh my god, this is gonna ruin my voice. Dwight and Claudette usher you to your seat, but there's very limited seating directly around you. And oh great, terrific. It seems that everyone wants to sit next to you. Even better is they don't want to sit next to certain other people either. Are you gonna make me do a fucking logic puzzle in the middle of a dating sim? Okay. To start, no one wants to sit next to Trapper, that's fair. Meanwhile, he refuses to sit next to Wraith or Trickster. Why are you here? Oh yeah, Trickster is here. Surprised? Yeah, well, they don't call him Expected-ster. I'm sorry, even I get nervous around crowds of killers, and my whole shtick just gets a little flustered. Hey there, you're looking good, Bright. Real good. And we literally can't let Huntress and Trapper sit together. No, seriously, their arms are too big. They can't fit at the table if they sit side by side. That tracks. Look at this. We can't even fit everyone on screen at the same time. You probably think it was an error, but it's not. It was completely intentional. Let that be a lesson to you. Every error you think you see is a choice. Got that? That is a great way to hide any bugs in your game. Okay, Dwight and Claudette are directing traffic. You sit on one side, the rest of them will sit opposite you. That's too many people. Huntress and Trapper can sit at the ends with their enormous, sexy arms. Now that everyone is seated, we can begin dinner. Tonight's meal was prepared slowly and carefully with both love and hate for 12 hours over a spit. We hope you all enjoy. We really, really hope you do. Hey, you didn't actually tell us what you're serving? What are we eating? It's meat. Seasoned with a specific number of special herbs and spices that we simply can't divulge. Is this KFC? My favorite! Meat is good. Meat is murder. Which you'd know, considering what you've been up to. Who are you to get judgy now? I'm just sharing facts. And you need to murder something to eat its meat, so that's like technically true. Technically true is the best kind of true. Okay, enough yapping, let's eat. Hey Bright, you thinking what I'm thinking? Probably not, no, I never am. It's gotta be a person on that spit, right? Or several parts of overlapping people, perhaps? Okay, yeah, maybe that is what I was thinking. I haven't seen many pigs wearing palm tree button-down prints, you know? When you look closely at the spit, you spot what definitely appears to be scraps of fabric sandwiched between some layers of meat. Are they gonna make— I don't wanna be a cannibal! I'm not Army Hammer! I think I might be sick. Is there anything else to eat? This took 12 hours. And we do literally everything on this island. Actually, there's one thing you're not doing today. You're not carving up this delectable meal. He's right for a change, cause I am with my broad axe. It's the perfect tool for easily chopping anything in twain. First, who says in twain? Sometimes I swear it's like we're all from completely different historical eras. Second, I'll handle this with my cleaver. Fast, powerful, and clean. At least it's clean when the meat is cooked. No blood. You two and your ridiculous bicep swinging contest. Enough, grow up. Obviously, my gorgeous katana is the only option. Obs. The hell it is! Oh, I'll show you both my katana and send you to actual hell if you'd like. Please stop. Please, I hate when we fight. Or talk. Or even when we look at each other in the eye. I can do it. I have the skull of Azarov. That looks terrifying. Okay, maybe no. Great. Instead of slicing it up, you can club it to a second death. Hey, Bright, I know this isn't what you want to eat, but hurry up and volunteer to carve up Felix. I mean, dinner. Otherwise, this will go on for hours. No hyperbole. They once argued over who had the most effective weapons for 72 straight hours. And it doesn't matter which one does it. When they're done, they'll take even longer cleaning their weapon, all while explaining the value in maintaining your tools. Despite being a bunch of cold-blooded killers, for some reason, they're always terrified of tetanus. You should be. Tetanus is no joke! Get your tetanus shot! Hey, why don't you just let me carve up dinner? Splendid idea. We'd hate for it to get cold. He hated when it got cold. Here's a machete, freshly sharpened. Oh, yep, no, I understand. Yep, thank you. Nope. Away we go, slice. Oh, see, this makes more sense. I got close. Oh, perfect, okay. Hell yeah. Oh, it's going faster. How many fucking times do I gotta do this? Oh, shit. I got close. It's so fast. That was pretty good. I'd like to see what you could do with a less clumsy weapon. Yeah, I said it. Machetes are dumb. Dinner is finally served. For real. The sounds, especially coming from the masked killers while they eat, which involves lifting their masks and shoving food up behind them, are nasty. Spirit, meanwhile, doesn't even eat. She's the only one who seems to really be embracing being dead. They're all dead, right? This is obviously hell. I mean, I'm in love with the Spirit, right? She's the cool goth chick. I'm into it. Come on, we're still trying to be mysterious here. You think mystery comes easy? Claudette and Dwight aren't the only ones who've been working their asses off to make this night perfect. Well, at least they're lifting their masks. This is only 99% as disgusting as it could be if they just tried to mash stuff through there. A man of culture. Spirit, why aren't you hungry? The two best things about being dead is not having to eat. That's only one thing. Think about it, right? Number two is no number two. One less thing to think about in the afterlife. She has a very good point, okay? If you don't eat, you don't poop. Fact of life. Even if I wanted to eat, I have no idea what would actually follow. It's the worst, yeah. Are you sure you're not that passionate? That was incredible. That was like that, it's like Rob Lowe in Parks and Rec in the episode where he has the flu and he's just like, stop pooping. I'm sorry you have a headache, WPG. I hope it gets better. You might have noticed, but I'm mostly just a bunch of dismembered body parts floating in a spectral form. I did notice that. Do you see how deep this cut on my abdomen is? I don't think my digestive tract connects anymore. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I hope that you get some rest and that you feel better. Between the food and the behavior of the group, this might be the worst meal in history. But even worse is they're staring at you. You're not eating. They don't like that. I think they want an explanation why. What do you want to tell them? Look at that seagull. Wow. You ever see a seagull that big? I haven't. That's incredible. Anyway, what were we talking about? Lame misdirect. Yeah, she's right. Pretty lame. Own who you are. Never compromise. Didn't you wash up on this island with no memory of who you are and how you got here? Yes, you did. Poor thing. You have no idea the last time you ate a real meal, and you've been standing in the sun. But the seagull... Uh-oh, he just made a lot of good points. I swear. Oh no! You're beginning to feel lightheaded. It waved at me. Maybe you need to eat to survive here. Either that or someone poisoned you. No, wait, you haven't eaten, so you can't be poisoned. Whatever the answer, you're clearly about to pass out. Oh hey, it's me again. Your friend, mentor, and guide. Narrator to the narrator. The ocean. Not sure how I feel about that characterization, but I'll allow it. I brought you here, and I might be the only one who can help you now. There's only one thing you must do to survive. You have to figure out why you're really here. No one can tell you. Not unless you follow the right path, or at least a right path. There's too many of those to count. Hopefully you pick at least one of them. Because there are even more wrong paths. Wait, what? I got an achievement. Did I die? Did I fucking die already? Many of them lead to your demise. Others lead to something even worse. Starting scene's over and having to fast forward back to where you were, am I right? For this place holds many secrets, even from itself. But the one that truly matters can only be learned if you answer the most important question. Why are you here? Why are you here? Answer that question and you'll learn the truth. The ultimate truth. Vague, mysterious. Gotta give it up to this ocean character. That's some quality early game storytelling. Is it? Did I die? No. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. You wake up to find Spirit holding your limp body, gingerly pouring cool water into your mouth. Don't you just love the ocean at night? I do. Hi, Samala. Welcome on in. I'm attempting to. We love a goth girlfriend, okay? How's it going? Staring out over the vast darkness of the ocean really validates the feelings inside me that we're all truly insignificant and the only thing worth pursuing is revenge. It's good, Lol, getting ready to play TBT. Oh, great, perfect. Yeah, I'm definitely, as far as the characters go, Spirit's top of my list right now. I have to wonder, How could anyone believe anything else? You look out into the darkness of night and ponder her question. Well, it's a simple question. How could they? How could anyone not feel small and alone in the face of such massive nothingness? I used to feel that way. Small, unimportant, alone. But lately, I'm not so sure. Started to feel different. Started to actually think that maybe this island is where I might meet someone special. You look at Spirit, who's turned from the ocean to look at you while you speak on this topic she's clearly so passionate about. Thank you so much, Samala. Thank you for that sub, I appreciate it. Can we get some hype in chat? Hype, 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 hype. Rose here. Oh my god, that is an amazing emote. I love it. A friend, perhaps something more? I don't know what this island has planned for me. Huh, a friend? Friends are just cowards who seek comfort in numbers. I had friends once, back before I was chopped into a bunch of pieces by my father. Oh my god, you have a dark backstory. Oh, let's be honest, they all have dark backstories. Friends aren't what's keeping me held together. I'm floating in a cloud of rage. I was so dumb. So busy trying to please everyone and be the perfect student, the perfect employee, the perfect daughter. I didn't take care of myself. And now I'm all I've got. Worst of all, I got distracted from my true purpose, my destiny, the purpose that was sitting inside me my whole life. Okay, so this might sound a bit silly, but Spirit looks around to see if there's anyone else on the beach. When she's convinced that it's only you two, she continues. There's a dragon that lives inside me. I've always known, but I've tried to ignore it. When I couldn't ignore it, I tried to push it down. I'm so stupid. You're not stupid, that sounds badass. Right? But I didn't let it out, and then I, chop chop. And now that dragon is pretty much a one-track revenge beast. But enough about me. What's inside you, stranger?
Trapdoor! Trapdoor!
That's what I'm talking about. In fact,
I wouldn't know Majesty if it came up and bit him in the face.
I'm gonna say no dragon, just a lot of fire. A raging inferno, in fact, begging to burn this whole place down if I let it out. Maybe I am the dragon? I'm sorry, but you're no dragon. Rude. And breathing fire? That's some hobbit type nonsense. I'm a descendant of proud samurai. Our dragons are on a whole other level. Looks like there was only room for one dragon inside Spirit after all. Dang it! Just as things are heating up, you hear a flurry of footsteps behind you and you quickly spin around, ready to fend off whatever new danger has popped up on this strange island. Only to find that it's Dwight and Claudette sprinting across the beach, clipboards in hand, which they're waving in the air above their heads. It's very important that we stick to the itinerary and attend each event as scheduled. Playing sick for cute flirt points was not a part of this evening's activities. That's strictly slotted in for after campfire story time. At this rate, we'll be late. Playing sick? No time for excuses. Well, there is, but that's scheduled for after what comes after the flirting. Go, 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 go! Once everyone is gathered at the fire pit, Dwight and Claudette quickly make an announcement. We're not gonna blame anyone in particular, but someone, and we're not gonna say who, so don't worry, has hasn't been sticking to the schedule. It's me. I haven't. That means we're behind on time for evening activities. And we'll only have time for one person to share their special spooky nighttime story. Just one story? But story time is my favorite activity. This is a narrative-heavy experience. You're telling us that only one person gets to share. How will we decide who? Oh, great. We have to decide as a group? That never goes well. Whoever did this, step up now. I swear I won't be angry. I'll merely chop your head clean off. No fuss, no muss. Voice trembling. You realize this is probably it for you, but you embrace your fate. Sorry, everyone. I think they're talking about me. To be honest, I still don't understand how this whole schedule thing works. I guess I lost track of time while I was passed out. Been there before. Even though it's taking some pressure off me, which is an absolute dream come true, is it really fair to pick on the newbie? Seriously, has anything here ever happened on schedule even once? Damn it, Donald! If you try to flex that authority gimmick one more time, so help me, I'll snap your head off so quick and then I'll drown you in his blood, Cynthia. Fuss and Muss are back on. You two know I love to hack, slash, and slice. We all know you love to kill. It's almost all you talk about. I'm sorry. I dutifully apologize to any Russians in the audience because I'm not doing very well. Nobody named any names. Who even knows names? Not us. I renounce my name. Who's Donald? Who's Dwight? Who even knows anymore? Call me nobody. But we still gotta get started on story time, so... Right? Who do you think should go? Ah, damn it, that's a name. Please, pick somebody quickly so this tropical vacation doesn't turn into a bloodbath. Is it not already headed that way? All right, Spirit, what you got? This entire experience is being carefully crafted to avoid an IP infringement lawsuit. Let's be careful with the catchphrases, will ya? Really? You want to hear from me? Spirit huffs and dramatically rolls her eyes as she gets to her feet in front of the campfire. Don't let her talk you out of it. She's great with ghost stories. Well, she is a ghost, so that makes sense. I don't know where she gets it, but she comes up with the scariest stuff. Seriously disturbing, even to me, and I literally pulled a guy's skull and spine out once with my bare hands. Is that the weapon that you have? Is that why you have that weapon? Talk about bullshit stories. It's Mortal Kombat, yeah. If everyone else is gonna chit-chat, I guess I can just sit down and... Huntress's eyes go red behind her mask and both Trapper and Wraith take their seat. They know when it's worth fighting and when it's not. Well, I hate to break it to you, but tonight's story isn't scary. It's a romance. Too late now, though. I was selected, so I'm gonna tell you my story. I call it The Prisoner's Kiss. You notice that Huntress and Wraith are both sharing a giant tub of popcorn. Nobody offered you popcorn. It was a dark summer night. Warm rain seeped from the sky like blood from an old wound. That is graphic, okay. Detective Hara, a celebrated investigator and renowned hostage negotiator, was called to the scene of a strange occurrence, unlike anything she had ever seen before. When she arrived, the scene was chaotic. Crowds had begun to gather. A dozen other officers were doing everything they could to keep curious onlookers away, but how could anyone resist wanting to know more? For there, in the middle of a busy market, had appeared a giant box. Strange, alien in its appearance, and massive in size. No one knew how it got there. Was it delivered? Built on site? In such a busy area, how could something like this just appear? A mystery, as if it was conjured by magic. But this was no illusion. The huge box was very real, and someone was trapped inside. Spirit pauses her story to look from face to face of each audience member. She has no expression, but you feel her vibrating with energy. She's in her element. "Help me!" cried someone inside the box. It was a man. Yep, that was a good man voice, and I'm sticking to it. Terrified, trapped, imprisoned, his voice trembling. By now, it was if every detective in the city was there, looking this strange structure up and down, inspecting it on every side. It didn't make sense. There were no doors, no windows, no fasteners or seams. It was completely solid and much too heavy to move by hand. Solid, that is, except for a single small slit, just enough to see the bloodshot eyes of the prisoner trapped inside. "I don't know what happened. I woke up and here I was. I was so scared. Please help me," cried the man, as if pleading for his life. No stranger to tense situations, Detective Hada comforted the man, not confronted. It's like a letter off, right? She used her training to calm him and buy time for the other investigators. However, time did not bring clarity, only anxiety, as the night dragged on with no progress opening the box. And as the night grew longer, the seeping rain puddling on the ground, the man inside grew more desperate, more sad and lonely, more pathetic and in need of help. But Detective Hada was no help at all. Powerless to save him, guilt began to weigh on her like it never had before. "Don't let me die in here," the man begged. "Don't let me die alone." "Stay calm," instructed Detective Hada. "You're not alone. I'm here. Hell, half the town is here. We're all in this together, and we won't let this be the end of your story." Looking through that narrowest of passageways, Detective Hada watched her own reflection in the tear-filled eyes of the stranger, sad prisoner. Together, they both wept in silence at the hopelessness of the moment. "Promise?" asked the man. "Promise that I'm not alone?" "Yes," she promised. "I do." A simple pledge, she felt an instant connection like she had never felt before. Not to her family, not to her friends, not to any of the other hostages she's worked so hard to free before. And so, when the man's eyes closed and backed away, it didn't scare Detective Hada, for she knew he would return, and he did. Pressing his lips up to the narrow slit in this horrible puzzle box, repeating his question again, steam flowing from his mouth as he asked, "Promise? Promise that I'm not alone?" "Yes," she promised, "I do." And pressing her palms against the cold outside of the box, without truly knowing why, Detective Hada leaned forward and placed her own lips up to the opening, letting her breath creep into this strange structure, allowing her warm lips to fall on this man's. This got real weird. "Marry me, spirit, or kill me." My God. It was a gentle kiss, a moment of compassion. She could feel in this brief contact the beating of her heart, pulsing blood through every inch of her body, matched beat for beat in this soft touch. "Thank you," said the man. "Thank you," said the man, no trace of fear remaining in his voice, and he backed away into the darkness, disappearing in a single moment of eerie calmness. "Get back!" yelled an officer, suddenly thrusting himself between Detective Hada and the box, breaking a silence that would soon be filled by a cacophony of whirring gears and clicking latches, a symphony of mechanical activity happening all at once. Something had triggered, as if an unseen lever pulled, and the side of the giant box began to slide open. Detective Hada gripped her flashlight tightly and pushed forward into the foggy interior of the giant box. Her feet splashed in the puddled rainwater, her heart racing as she swept her light from side to side. And that's when her eyes landed on the man, or at least landed on what should have been him. In the corner of the box was a pile of pieces. Is she crying? Jesus. Like parts of a doll, almost. Pulled apart, or perhaps that's just how Detective Hada had to think of him in that moment to survive. A collection of segments, limbs, pieces, disconnected from one another, cleanly severed and placed in a neat little pile. And atop that pile, a head. Cold, pale, eyes open, lips an icy blue. Spirit stares at the fire. Spirit stares at the fire, her own expression lifeless, her lips blue. Tears fall from her chin and soak into the sand at her feet. You're blown away by the story, and it's safe to say you're not alone. Everyone else is looking into the fire or up at the sky, anywhere but at Spirit. It was you who chose her, you who initiated this harrowing tale. So sad, so creepy, so sensual? She really went into great detail when it came to describing that kiss. Too much detail, and now no one is sure how to act. Dwight and Claudette are staring daggers at you. You have to do something. This game was supposed to be a lighthearted romp. Please, I said do something. Stand up and try to start one of those slow claps. Cool story. I'm just gonna give her a hug. She's probably gonna be upset about it, but I'm gonna do it anyway. You stand, and without saying anything, approach Spirit, reaching your arms around her for a hug. Oh god. Okay. Her robe, hovering in the air, begins to wrap itself around you and squeeze you into her. It's kind of like being hugged back, but also like being tied up. It's certainly not what you expected. Instinctually, you pull yourself away, but it's an awkward movement and you nearly fall over into the fire. Spirit says nothing and floats away without so much as a goodbye. You, meanwhile, realize everyone had just watched this truly strange interaction from the corners of their eyes. Do not make her cry. It's not intentional, Alan. I'm sorry. On that note, everyone decides it's time to take a break and split up for a little bit so they can all have a moment alone before bed. Everyone leaves and you're alone by the fire. The only thing you hear is the ocean slowly lapping against the shore. This is nice. A true moment of peace and tranquility that lasts for all of 7 seconds because Trickster shows up and he's blaring his latest song. He's like, this has gotta be like a K-pop situation, right? It's gotta be a K-pop star. Hey baby, you look lonely. Mind if I join you? He doesn't wait for an answer. I know you've been hearing from these guppies all day, but I want you to hear something from a big fish like me. I don't think it's a dildo, WPG. I think it's a bat of some sort, like maybe an inflatable bat. This guy's making me question myself. I mean, he is attractive. Like, he's attractive. Pretty much everybody except Trapper is attractive in this game. Nobody likes Trapper. But I want you to hear something from a big fish like me. Something special those in charge of this island don't want you to hear. I am the ultimate catch on this island. The only lobster in an ocean of sardines. It looks like it in his entrance pic. I mean, it does. It does look like a dildo. You're not wrong. No one can give you what I can. You just have to find me. Come find me, baby. Trickster leaves. You're a bit confused about what to make of his cryptic clues, but you aren't going to get any time to yourself to think about them just yet. Spirit approaches you. You know, I was watching you while I told my story. I could tell it was having an effect on you. This fog that follows me around, I could feel you breathing heavily, taking me in. You and I are both absolutely flabbergasted at that piece of information. Legit, you learn something new every day, even when you're a narrator. You're doing it again, right now. You need to calm down. You should come to the hot tub with me. Dipping in hot tubs with the spirit? You've come a long way in a single day. I'm not saying you shouldn't follow her. An offer like that. Just don't forget our little talk. Okay, this is amazing. I'm gonna leave y'all on a cliffhanger for a second because I have to take a little break. I gotta go to the bathroom. Yeah, WPG, the ocean told me I need to find out why I'm here. Yeah, sure, that'll totally calm me down. Fair. All right, I will be right back. Y'all can enjoy some clips and we'll come back and we'll hang out in the hot tub with Spirit, okay? I'll be right back. One of them sex pests. Oh my god, I fucking love that term. It so accurately describes what it's supposed to be describing. Penny looks like naked Bethany flesh. I don't like that word. Do you want my cat too? He is awful. Oh. Not a testicle shot, but he was going for the alarm. Someone else is probably gonna do it though, honestly. Oh! Okay, I think I learned a lesson. Jesus, fuck! Do not set up that many teller mines all that close, or they will all explode at the same time. That was a very bad call on my part, and you know what? We learn, you live and you learn. Jesus. He's dead in the bathroom, this fucker and his candles. So I turned off my light, I closed this door, but it opened the door, and I was too panicked to do anything else. Yeah, V-romantic bath, for sure. All right, you know what?
Oh, gross.
What the fuck? I don't want to. I really don't want to. Okay. Oh. Ah! You know, they timed it perfectly. Maybe the left shift was the problem. I don't fucking know how to do this.
Saw his right arm off and pop a fresh one on.
There ain't no arm! I can't! Lady! I can't doctor in these conditions! Welcome back, everyone. Hi, Requiem. How's it going? All right. You and your storyteller friend slip into the water. It's just the right temperature for an evening dip. Plus, if some jealous shark comes along and manages to jump from the ocean into the pool, you're also pretty sure your killer companion could handle it. In what world does a shark have enough, like, vertical jumping power to jump from the ocean into the hot tub? Thundering outside, goodness. It's been raining here for about a week. Okay. I just want to be totally clear. Even though that story bore some similarities to my life, it was not about me in any way, shape, or form. Not symbolically, not metaphorically, not any otherically. I believe you completely. Sure, you were cut into pieces in your life, and so was that person in the story. A perfectly normal coincidence. Sure, you're on this island, trapped, one might say, in a most puzzling place. Also a completely regular coincidence. And sure, his lips were blue, your lips are blue. Really? You'd call this blue? Searching for answers, hoping to find revenge! Okay, so the similarities stop there, I guess. Coincidences. Sorry, the coincidences. Get this through your head, whoever you are. Samurai blood runs in my veins. Oops, oh shit. Can I back up? I can't, damn it. Something about samurai blood, I missed it, damn it! I accidentally double clicked, I'm sorry. Thousands of years of training with bladed weapons preceded my entrance into this world. Do you know how many swords that is? A lot. You've got to figure out that with that many sharp edges, a person is bound to get disconnected from a body part here and there. And truth is, I wouldn't typically share this, so don't go blabbing about it. I dreamt that story, like watching a movie in my sleep, when I was just a little girl, years before my father sunk his blade into my skin. I've never been able to shake it. That's a very adult story for a child to dream. Do you believe me? Yeah. I know we just met, but yes, I do believe you. The way you told that story, it clearly came from someplace deep. Fool! Who taught you to trust a stranger? You're going to get hurt if you don't learn to take better care of yourself. Now you've got me wondering, do I believe you if you believe her or not? What the fuck? And if I know everything, because trust me, I do know everything, don't I already know the answer to my own question about if I believe your answer to Spirit's question? Whoa. Ocean air got me trippin'. Sorry, I didn't mean to distract us both. What's important is that a certain corpsey cutie floating in a cloud of magical mist might still be waiting for you to say the right thing and free her from a puzzle box. If you believe that she is the— damn it, got me going again! Unfortunately, before you can follow this conundrum to what will surely be a mind-numbing cycle of new questions, you find a certain two-someones standing before you with a fresh towel ready to dry you off. Is it Dwight? Yeah, okay. Sorry, kids, but it's time for bed. I might be the youngest one here, but I'm no kid. However, love being wrapped up in a fresh, clean towel. My mother used to help me wash my hair when I was young. She'd comb out all the tangles and tie a ribbon around it before sending me on my way. I miss her. You watch as Spirit stares off into the distance, her hand gripping into a tight fist. She doesn't notice you're watching her at first. When she catches you looking, she turns away, roughly grabs the towel from Dwight and then pushes him and Claudette as she floats off. You head over to the campfire. The heat is comforting on this chilly night. Looking into the crackling embers, you think about Spirit's story about the prisoner in the puzzle box. If you manage to escape this place, will you leave with your life? Or has it already been taken from you and it's just a matter of time until you make a gruesome discovery? Before you can dwell too much on your fate, Claudette and Dwight arrive, their now familiar creepy smiles stretching from ear to ear. It's a bit menacing to see a smile like that lit by firelight. We must apologize for the accommodations. We weren't prepared for another guest, but we're going to make you comfortable, or die trying. They hand over a pillow and blanket and welcome you to snuggle up by the fire. Perhaps some music will put you at ease? Just try to keep the volume to a minimum. Our other guests aren't the types you'll want to rob of their beauty sleep. Do I have to play a game to go to sleep? As you relax and look into the fire, the radio begins to fuzz and flicker. You examine it and decide that you might adjust the dial and fix it. Oh, god damn it. Okay. Let's see what's on this station. This is just a guess. Is this Dead by Daylight music? Like, is this music from one of the levels? Keep forgetting that I can play the bongos. Okay, I'm just gonna turn it off. Well, no, let's listen to something else. Oops. Oh, this is really intense music. It's the DVD theme or a variant of it. Okay, that makes sense. Thank ya. Yeah, I figured this was probably DVD music. All right, let's turn it off. No matter how many things you listen to, you still can't sleep. You decide to ask one of the killers to spend a little more time with you until you're sleepier. Who would you like to summon by your side as you lay by the fire? I mean, is it obvious? Spirit, are you around? I was wondering if I could get a little company. Spirit tells you her secret for falling asleep when she's feeling restless. I like to listen to flute music. Flute? I can't read. So what's flute music? I like to listen to flute music, dab on some essential oils, and steam my pores. Okay. Really? What? Even the dead like to relax. I don't really have any of those things around. Did she give me a comb? Spirit reaches out and presents you with a unique item. It's a small comb carved from bamboo. I guess you could hold on to this. It was a gift from my mother. I will want it back though, and if you lose it, well, you'll get your revenge on me? If it's the last thing I do. You finally start to feel sleepy, except maybe this isn't really a sleepy feeling? Maybe you're paralyzed. You try to keep your eyes open, but you can't. Darkness overtakes you. The dark voice from earlier speaks to you again. It shouldn't still be as spooky. By now you've had a whole day of strange voices in your head, but this one is still undeniably odd. The human body is made up of 60% water. Did you know that? Of course you did. Everyone knows that. Even amnesiac video game protagonists. Well, guess what? Drink as much as you'd like, you'll never get to 100... Sorry? You'll never get to 100%. You hear me? Don't think I don't see what you're up to. You awake suddenly to see someone looming over you. Why? Trapper is sitting beside you, sketching a portrait. Oh, you're awake! I saw you with the spirit right before bedtime. You should know they're not what they seem. Not like me, who's obviously completely honest and trustworthy. Okay. I was out checking to make sure you weren't sleeping near any of my... Actually, never mind. Just be careful where you sit. But since I'm here, I'd like to share 2 things with you. 1, I do not take rejection well. 2, the first thing is very important to remember. Redrawing me? Trapper doesn't answer. You aren't drawing stink lines radiating out from me, are you? Still nothing from Trapper. Look, I'm not an easy guy to get along with, but I am an easy guy to spend time with. That will make sense if you choose to spend time with me tomorrow. The rest of this scum live like rats. They wouldn't know a good time if I bit them on the ass. What? No, please don't bite people on the ass. I mean that literally. Point is, if you select me, you're in for a day of luxury, extravagance, and fun. Yeah, I said fun. And if I don't pick you. Remember what I said earlier? Or it might be the last thing you ever forget. But hey, you look tired. Get some rest. Sleep. Maybe even sleep well if you can. Just try not to roll over to about 15 feet to your left. Finally alone, for real this time, maybe, you drift off to sleep again. Hopefully you're not poisoned. Do I have to spend the day with him? It seems like he's gonna kill me if I don't. Got another bop. Wait a second, where are we? This isn't, oh jeez, it is. It's one of those reality show confessional rooms where all the contestants talk directly to camera. I think today went really well. These were some of my first interactions with a stranger, with someone who isn't a parent, that didn't end in bloodshed or untimely perishing in my Russian cottage. So I'm counting today as a win, no matter what happens. What do I think of the newcomer? Do I have to oh, I do. Okay. Attractive, mysterious. I really don't know that many other words since I was raised by my mom in the woods until she was skewered by an elk and I had to wash her entrails off my sarafan. That being said, the other three should make sure to be on their guard. I don't know who this newcomer will want to spend time with tomorrow, but I for one will not let my guard down easily. Who knows about the others? Wraith, I think, knows more than he's letting on about this place, but he's a hard nut to crack. Meanwhile, Spirit is just screaming all the time. Major buzzkill. And Trapper, oof. Where do I even begin with Trapper? He's buff, sure, but daddy issues much? Sheesh. Look, I don't need anyone. I've been perfectly fine on my own since my mother died. I eat a fine diet of raw deer, bear, and human, and I'm fit as a fiddle. I mean, she's looking good. That being said, something about this newcomer makes me think that I might be missing out on some huge part of this thing called life. Look, I'm always full of rage. The key is knowing how to control your rage so you can use it. I'm a master of self-control. And right now, I'm using all the self-control I can muster because today was a disaster. Let's just say I didn't love it. Huh, that was funny. Laugh. I said laugh, damn it! Anyway, I'm planning to kill this idiot. Don't tell them though. I want to lead them on a little more. It'll make it that much better for me when they're screaming. Yeah, today was fun. I don't want to get ahead of myself or really invest in something that might hurt me. So I don't know. Maybe we'll just see how it goes. Or maybe they realize I'm not the one for them. They seem pretty smart. So that's probably what'll happen. I gotta learn to go easier on myself. Who could love me if I can't love myself? I know that everyone thinks of me as a beautiful, cold-blooded monster. I can't help it. Circulation just isn't my thing. I don't choose to be cold. This cute hat and robe, okay, those are a choice, sure. If someone were to come around and capture my heart, at least that beats being stabbed in it. Besides, if I'm gonna get bloody revenge on a society that's used me and thrown me away, maybe it wouldn't hurt to have a little help. I got an achievement called Still Alive. All right. Oof. I didn't take into account that playing a dating sim would mean a lot of me talking, like more so than usual. My voice is gonna be raw tomorrow. But this is a lot of fun so far. It's very funny, and I appreciate the just continuous fourth wall breaking. All right. You open your eyes. The sun is shining. There's not a cloud in the sky, and you feel great. Totally well rested. You're not even suspicious of the fact that you fell asleep by the campfire but woke up several yards down the beach. Wait, are you on vacation? Was yesterday nothing more than a strange dream? No, not a dream. You really are here for another day. Why? I have no idea. You're obviously a weirdo. Thank you. Oh my god. Speaking of weirdos, I see the rest of the gang hanging out on the beach. This is definitely not a dream. I wouldn't rule out nightmare just yet, though. At least they make for a sexy bunch, no? And talk about sexy. Here comes Trickster carrying coffee. Morning, beautiful! Thought you might like a nice cup of joe to start this incredible day off right. That looks poisoned. Like, I've never seen a more poisoned cup of coffee in my entire life. What is this? Trickster seems suspiciously cheerful. I'm sure there's nothing nefarious behind his joyful demeanor, though. Everyone knows musicians are morning people. I don't think that's true. I want to wish you luck. Today's an important one. My only regret is that I won't be a bigger part of it. Budgeting issues. Also, I am just swamped with engagements, especially on the other island. Trickster winks at you. If you want to ask him how to reach the other island, now is the never mind, he left. Oh, at least he brought me a cup of... No, wait, don't drink that! What the hell was that? They don't call him Trickster because he's good on a skateboard. And he definitely didn't get that name because he brings people drinks so they can have a good morning. That was almost certainly not coffee, and I don't want anyone casually poisoning, imprisoning, or torturing you. Yet. This is supposed to be a tropical paradise. Type of place you give a 5 out of 5, 10 out of 10, 2 thumbs up review to, not an eternal prison of pain. And please make sure to leave a review, it really helps with the algorithms. Go ahead and smash that like button. Obliterate that subscribe button. Just trust me, I'm looking out for you. Can we please move on? Hey, wait a second. How did a possibly omniscient, possibly unreliable narrator just physically knock that coffee out of your hand? This is not Parliament, and the floor does not recognize the... Oh, sorry. This is not Parliament, and the floor does not recognize the ocean to speak out of turn at this moment. Good night, Flame Toes. Thanks for hanging out. I hope you have a wonderful sleep. Maybe add some monster, then it would be the most poisonous coffee. Maybe. Hold on. Gotcha. All right, Penny's gonna help me play the game. I need no recognition, for I am the ocean. I dominate the land. I submerge those who defy me and become their watery grave. I just gotta click. You just gotta let me click. Actually, speaking of graves, I would like to say something. Something of grave importance. What are you doing? Oh no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Got lipstick on her. I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. Fine, go ahead. Even if this place is an eternal prison of pain, and I'm not saying it is, even a place of extreme horror can still receive a 5 out of 5, 10 out of 10 thumbs up review. If it was crafted with love, and or that's the type of thing you're into. You know, the ocean's right. A lot of hard work goes into a place like this. She is just licking the crap out of my hand. Yeah? I thought you were gonna help me. Very silly girl. A lot of hard work goes into a place like this. You should really judge it on the artist's intent, and whenever possible, start from the mindset of giving them the benefit of the doubt. Constructing these elaborate simulations, vacations, is not easy to do. Sometimes there are small bugs or inconsistencies, but that's just the nature of the process. Perfection is overrated. The universe is filled with mysteries. Are they overcompensating for, like, is this a buggy game? I don't understand. We ought to celebrate those who venture to bare their souls as part of a creative process with the ultimate intent of making things for our enjoyment, not be overly critical of them. Okay. I have a feeling they're trying to tell us something about Dead by Daylight. Are you two trying to sell me on this place actually being good? You don't have to say it like that, especially after I saved you from that poorly made cup of coffee. Sorry, we should have been here 5 minutes ago. They always do this on the second morning. Sad, really. Even if they do make some great points. Oh, sure, they make great points. I agree. Can we please move on? Yes, of course. Apologies, Sprite. The last few minutes aside, have you been enjoying your time here on this island? Yes, I'm suspicious there's no option. How else could I describe my stay on this island besides really entertaining? You cannot have wine. Wine is not for cats, ma'am. Okay. What are you doing? You being a silly girl? I love you. Precious baby. Little girl. Fluffy little lady. You dancing? We talk about Dwight's hand? That looks really uncomfortable. Get her catnip kombucha. She'd go bonkers. She's already a handful. He has carpal tunnel. Probably. Yeah, baby girl. You went down? Yeah. Okay. Love you. Yes, ma'am. Alright, how else could I describe my stay on this island besides really entertaining? Wow, 10 stars, here we come! Can someone remind me to skip this section next time? Nope! We do need to ask you one more question though. We all had to sign away our rights to say anything negative about this place. Would you please sign this non-disparagement agreement? What happens if I say no? No, I will not say anything negative about this island. You have my word that I, Bright, agree with the terms of this verbal contract. Perfect! Delightful! So it doesn't matter what the fuck I say. I feel like I'm being led into a direction here. Excellent. Yes, yes! Hey, Bright, It's still totally cool if you have constructive feedback. The place to leave that is in a positive review, because we all know that nobody reads negative reviews of games. Oh, ma'am. Ma'am. Ah. Penny just hit so many buttons on my keyboard. Why? Why you do this? Wait. Oh god, her entire ass is on my stream deck. Hold on. I got something for this. Here we go. I'm in a little heart. I have a feeling she's gonna knock this over, so I'm gonna move this. Anyway. Oh, we all know that nobody reads negative reviews of games or resorts like this. I will say, I appreciate negative reviews that actually like talk about the game and the things the person didn't like, because a negative review for one person isn't always going to be a negative review for another person. So if you are leaving like constructive feedback, like here were the things that I didn't like, somebody else might look at that and be like, well, I do like those things, so I will enjoy this game. I don't think review bombing makes sense though. Like when just everybody piles on, even if you haven't played the game, and just negatively reviews the game for no reason other than everybody else and their mom is doing it. That doesn't seem constructive to me. But that's just my 2 cents. Anyway, I see Claudette and Dwight have gone into a trance, and with the grumbling I hear from your belly, that can only mean one thing. Breakfast. I'm kind of hungry. Hold on. I still have a bunch of this tamarind stuff that Requiem sent me. It's pretty good. Perfect timing. Everyone rolls into the dining area to lard up those sexy little bellies with pancakes and bacon and... So much for maintaining these beach bods. We're all half naked on a tropical paradise. Can we get some strawberries here? A yogurt? Magic powers only get you so far. Even killers watch their sodium intake. Who fucking cares? You're all dead. Take your plate and sit down, thinking about yesterday and the whirlwind of feelings you experienced. Danger, dread, disorientation. It was like going through puberty again. You're not gonna like this, it's spicy. No, ma'am. I know it's a comfy chair. That's why I chose it. Alright. It was like going through puberty again, except all in one day on a beautiful and mysterious island. It's like you're not the only one doing some introspection, though. Trapper stands up to talk about how his day went, in case anyone was wondering. Yeah! I still have... I've eaten about half the box, but there's still a lot of it left, man. No, you can't have any. It's not for kitties. Down. Knocked like 40 things off of my desk. Hang on. Sorry, I lost something. Hold on. There it is. Okay. Okay. Everything's fine. Yes, Penny demands this be a cat-centric stream. How fucking dare I? Here. She's just staring at me. It's so creepy, Penny. She blends in with that bed very well. Okay. Wow. No, she doesn't. She stopped using it and it upsets me. I got that bed specifically for her. And she didn't give a crap about it. Rude. Kinda wish we had a Penny stare emote. I'll look into it. The giant-eyed Penny. I can't imagine you could make me any angrier today than you did yesterday, but I really hope you do. I really, really hope you do. Unrelated, anyone see where I left my cleaver? Haha, just kidding. I always know where my cleaver is. Well, that was bizarre. Back to your Nope. Now Huntress steps up to talk about her feelings. At this point, anything could happen. I'm open to all the possibilities that this strange island has in store. How open-minded! Ah, well, that must surely be it. No one else would weirdly stand up during breakfast to... And just like that, here comes Spirit. Did everyone sleep well? I did, or should I say did not. I haven't slept in 20 years on account of the whole burning quest for familial revenge thing. And last night was no different. So in that case, it was exactly how it should be. Got a lot of reading done, though. Now, if you don't mind, I'm going to go back to quietly resenting being trapped here with you all, while looking cute doing so. Guessing Wraith has had enough time to work up the courage to speak in front of a group. Oh, perfect, there he is. Take us home, Wraith. Oh, hey, it was fun yesterday, huh? Yeah, I mean, like, not too much fun. That would be weird. But, like a good amount of fun. And now they're all looking at you expectantly. Wait, are you supposed to stand up and explain how yesterday made you feel? I think I need to process everything by myself. I'll see y'all soon. Damn, what a power play. Keep them wanting more. You're getting good at this game. Sexy, true-to-life experience. Shame you didn't get to eat any breakfast, but so be it. After breakfast, you head to the hot tub by yourself to clear your head. Yesterday was, in short, a lot. Before you get there, though, something catches your attention. You hear that? Who are you addressing? Me? Well, yeah, I guess. It's okay, right? You know, I might be pursuing a relationship with one of these 4 fine killers, but it feels like the person I'm getting to know the most is you, narrator. It's only okay in so much as it serves to illustrate that you've lost your mind, seeing as how I'm not real and all. Yeah, I heard it this time. I think it's coming from behind the pool shed. Oh, what? No, stick it in there. A little more. Oh yeah, that's it, yes. How does that feel? Intense. Nice. Yeah, that feels right. This is uncomfortable. It's chocolate cake time. Ooh, yummy, I'm jealous. Have fun, Requiem, see you later. Now I want you to take that and put it right. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Just like that. Exactly like that. I swear, I had no idea these two even do, whatever it is they are doing. I'm afraid to look. Please say something so they know you're close by and can hear everything. Oh! Wow! Look at this super cool bottle of Trickster brand suntan lotion someone left on a chair. Anyone know where I can buy some? Damn it. Oh, come on, a little privacy, please. Dwight is panting and Claudette has a crazed look in her eyes. Sorry, I didn't know how else to let you know I was here and that I could hear you. You know. No, what? Oh, what did you think you were doing? We were doing. You were doing... I don't know exactly what you were doing, but it sounded like fun. You think two people trying to find new ways to kill each other in a desperate search to make their own death permanent is fun? Oops. We get 5 minutes to ourselves every day, and we spend it hoping if we stab each other in just the right spot, we won't get resurrected. Well, that's just sad. I've come to believe that the key is finding the exact place we need to bleed out from, and I believe that place is in our appendix. Why else would it be there? Makes sense to me. Did you actually think we were me and him? Dwight? Nah. You don't have to laugh that hard. I get it. My life is a nightmare, and yet somehow it's never been worse than right now. Let's go, lover boy. I noted all our entry wounds, and our 5 minutes is up anyway. Good luck, Bright. You're gonna need it. And hey, if you figure out how to escape this island, please make sure your ghost tells us how. That was both a tragedy and a comedy. A cragmedy. Shut up, I like it. Anyway, where were we? Oh yeah. You're heading to the hot tub by yourself to clear your head. Yesterday was, in short, a lot. So far today has been exhausting too. But you're dedicated to achieving a true, centered sense of calm. No drama, no bullshit, just soaking up the sun in a heated pool. Today you're on a date with you. Ooh, I like that. I want to be on a date with me. Who would make the first move? And aside from that disturbing thought, all is going according to plan until a shadow blocks your precious sun. Spiky tipped, like a palm tree, is bending over to screw with you. But it's no tree at all, it's... Hey, babe! Breakfast was weird, huh? Everyone just getting up and announcing how they're feeling? What's that about? Some kind of forced check-in with the group? I don't like it. Fishy, kind of lazy. Whatever though, breakfast is dumb. No one should eat before noon or after 4 p.m. I strongly disagree, sir. Yeah, I do intermittent fasting. You see my abs, by the way? God damn it. That is hands down the douchiest thing he could have said. Yeah, I do intermittent fasting. Just check out these abs. Ugh. All right, babe. Oh my God. Other than I'm on a cleanse. Yes! Maybe you can see them later at my private stage on the other island. You know, IP Island, where all the Hollywood celebs hang out. If you play your cards right, I can give you a private show. Catch you around. His abs are pretty amazing, you gotta give him that. And the blow-up bat, threatening but adorable. Makes for an interesting silhouette. Genius design. Yes, Kiwi! Yeah, I do keto. Keto, whatever. He's a psychopath, just like the rest of them. You don't gotta give him, oh God, anything. And we're not best friends. Just because we had a little talk about doing a little talking. It's not an open invitation to go smashing the fourth wall every 5 seconds. Okay, now that guy is gone and we've got some ground rules established that we're definitely going to abide by. It's time to lay back, take some deep, slow breaths, and nope, another shadow. These people will not leave you alone. See what it is this time. Oh, it's Spirit. That checks out. You two have gotten pretty cozy. We should get out of here. I know a place that brings a bit of welcome darkness to this tropical nightmare. Best of all, I'm the only one that seems to know about it, so we won't be bothered there. I don't even know why I'm telling you, really. It's my private spot, but I guess I've got a feeling that you'll appreciate it in the way that I do. Not like these other killers. They don't get me. But I'll get them. Oh, I'll get them all. And I'll get my father too. And I'll punish him for what he did to my mother and me. Spirit radiates a menacing aura, waving her sword around in the air as she threatens, well, the entire universe. And it's scary. And more than a little hot if you get turned on by menacing. Look, all this time on Murderer's Island has got us both a little confused about things. I'm choosing to lean into it. I'd suggest you do the same. You've seen her get mad, which is probably enough to scare you into compliance, but you've also seen that there's a more sensitive side hiding within her. Which one do you think will win out? You consider her offer, but before you can decide if you want to go off with Spirit, the Huntress interjects. I guess you could go off with Spirit today. She seems pretty cool, actually. I think if we weren't here on this island vying against each other for your attention, we might actually be friends. We might have something, though, you and I. I couldn't let you go off to her goth lighthouse without speaking up first. Yeah, I know her secret spot. I see everything through the holes in this adorable mask. So my offer stands. We can still hang out today. Plenty of room at my cabin. Wink wink. It's pretty cute that Huntress thinks she has to say wink wink out loud. The mask barely even hides her face. Tough choice. You weigh your options quickly because you can only go on one date today and you also don't want to be hacked to pieces for saying the wrong thing. It's always good to remember that these are all cold-blooded killers, but you know what they say, when life gives you lemons, you make lemonade. And then die a horrible, retching, writhing death after drinking it because the lemons were poisoned all along. Sorry, this island has really got me tilted. So who will it be? Y'all know who I'm gonna shoot. Like, this is not even a competition. I gotta go with Spirit. You've made the correct decision, but know this, just because you picked me doesn't mean I'm going to slobber all over you like a dog, understand? Well, of course, You've still got a lot to prove to me. I want to believe that our connection is real, but I've been hurt before. Literally. With a katana. A katana that I now wield in spectral form, you feel me? Because you will feel me if you try any of that macho trapper crap. Yeah, I feel you. Before you ask Claudette and Dwight to clarify, I'll just let you know that yes, it is too late to change your answer now. I want to change my answer. Morose match. You and Spirit arrive at the coast overlooking the Black Lighthouse. It's old and decrepit, but still impressive. There's something magnetic about it. You can see why Spirit would be drawn to such a place. You look Spirit up and down and notice she's wearing all black, just like the lighthouse. Did we not notice that before? I mean, just the same outfit. Just saying. Noticing a bit of a theme? Is black your favorite color? Black isn't really a color at all. It's the absence of color. It's a void. Ugh, it's a cat here. Like a black hole. A place that swallows light. A dying star. Damn, now that's dark. You're confident that Spirit will vibe with this, but Spirit doesn't really care for science fiction. Not the type with spaceships and lasers, anyhow. She's much more into the type of strange adventures that kick off right here on Earth. Earth. Is that where we are? You wonder. The lapping waves on the shore of the coast set a romantic tone. The fog that surrounds Spirit everywhere she goes blends perfectly with the mist rolling up over the rocky shoreline. She's at one with this place, and so are you. The peace doesn't last too long, however. as the lighthouse lets out an eerie howl, like a monster dying. A spiraling black light stretches out across the sky. Spirit has to yell at you just to be heard. Oh yeah, it does that. The light and sound recede and the two of you just sit in silence. Spirit lays a towel down and then pats on it gently. Clearly she wants your company, so you oblige. When you do, she takes out some sunscreen and hands it to you. You're not exactly sure what to do. Is this an invitation to get in on a little hands-on action? What else could it be? Thanks! I forgot to bring my own when I lost my memory and fell into the ocean. No problem, I figured as much. Spirit turns away while you slather lotion all over your body. Need any help reaching those difficult spots? You see a hand float around your back. Gulp. Sure, why not? Spirit's hand on your back is ice cold, but she has a soft touch. When she's done, she takes care of herself. You watch as Spirit applies sunscreen to herself in the most unique way, by floating her own hand around her back to spread it on. Oh God. All of these seem bad. I'll comment on it, I guess. The fact that your hands just float out around you like that, you can reach things way easier than I can. It's almost like you're some kind of superhero. I'm glad you get a kick out of it, but floating severed limbs isn't exactly the type of superpower you think to wish for as a kid. I'd much rather be able to read minds. Maybe then I'd understand why some people act the way they do. Apologize, maybe? I'm truly sorry. I clearly hadn't thought through what your experience would like. Sometimes humor is how you deal with uncomfortable situations, but clearly you read the room wrong. I was just thinking about what you must have gone through to end up like that. It had to have been horrible. It was worse than death. At least death ends eventually. But I wouldn't want to forget it. It literally made me who I am right now. Truth is, I could pull all these bits of glass that are stuck in my flesh out now, if I wanted to. But I don't want to. Each shard is a reminder of what my father did to me, and what the world did to him. That's why I refuse to play the universe's game. I hate the idea that I'll be forced to succumb to pressure the way he did in the end. The way that fear and anger filled him up and then came bursting out. The way his misery flooded our home and drowned us all. Yeesh. Oh my God! Hello, hello, welcome in! Hold up. Welcome on in, Raiders! Hi, Faye, how are you? You're playing Undertale. That's lovely. I have heard wonderful, wonderful things. I hope you are enjoying it. How was your stream? Hello, Raiders. If y'all don't know me, my name is Bethany, aka Brightboom, and I'm a variety streamer here on Twitch. I play lots of different games. Tonight I'm playing Hooked on You, which is a Dead by Daylight dating simulator. I don't know a lot about Dead by Daylight, but I am enjoying this dating sim. I am currently trying to woo this lovely woman here. Her name is The Spirit, and as you can see, she's a little dismembered, but she's a lovely lady. I am enjoying it. Spent way too long on a boss battle. Nothing wrong with that. Boss battles are hard, okay? That's awesome though. I'm glad that you like it. I'm glad you had a good stream. Also, I have my cat cam up, so you Raiders can see the lovely Penny back here on the bed behind me. She is sleeping. She was being a menace earlier, so she's tired herself out. Cheers. I'm also drinking rosé, because you can't not drink rosé if you're playing a dating sim, right? Speaking of which, Grab a little more here. She beat the boss with only 2 HP left. Nice! That's like cutting the wires on a bomb with like 2 seconds left. That's awesome. You are a badass. Don't let anyone tell you different. Ugh. Yeah. Good night, Alan. Thanks so much again for the raid, and I hope you have a wonderful night. Super squeaky. I had no right to live. I've definitely been there before. I'm proud of you. Doesn't matter how you do it. If you beat the boss, it still counts, okay? All right. So as far as I can tell, I don't know a whole lot about TBD, so I'm learning about these killers as we go. This young lady here was chopped up by her own father, so that's awful, and she is seeking revenge now. It's hard not to think about revenge. The dragon inside me, and she means a literal dragon. There's an actual dragon inside of her. It's doing to me what the world did to him. I have to fight it, even though it gives me strength. I must maintain control. Also, there's a lot of fourth wall breaking in this game. You're stronger than he ever was. I'm sure of it. I appreciate that, Bright. I suppose a little help isn't a bad thing. In life, in love, the world is a lot to endure alone. Maybe I could use a little assistance, reaching my delicate toes for a bit of lotion. You know, having your body contorted into these vengeful poses, it really does a number on my joints. We're applying sunscreen, and this is what's happening right now. No, come on! The narrator's being real weird. It rubs the lotion on its skin. Yeah, okay. Clearly this is a minigame too. Oh, Jesus. This is the severed foot. No! This is so weird. Close. It speeds up every time. It's not fair. Well, I suppose the lotion made it where it was supposed to be going eventually. And you weren't too incredibly wasteful. I'm not a woman who believes in rushing through things just to get them done. If there is a next time, I'm sure you'll do even better. You look up at the lighthouse, its ominous dark form hovering above this moment between spirit and yourself. Evil as it clearly is, in this case it does you a solid by blurting out another ominous moan and burst of black light that rescues you from this awkward silence. Ghost boat! Ghost boat! Ghost boat! Ghost boat! Ghost boat! From seemingly out of nowhere, an ancient-looking ship appears in the water. It glows, itself a thing of death, a spirit of a ship that once sailed across these seas centuries ago. A tattered black flag whips in the ocean air above the ship as it careens towards the shore. Oh no! Oh no, Penny and I have both been censored! Oh no! Ghost boat! Ghost boat! I love it. I genuinely forgot that I did that. I forgot that I added the censor me to Penny's cam as well. So thank you for that, Octavie. Welcome on in. That is NSFW. She is. Sometimes she licks her butthole on stream. It's rude. A tattered black flag whips in the ocean air above the ship as it careens towards the shore. Before crashing on the rocks, it must have been drawn in by the lighthouse. You hear the distant shouting of sailors as the old wooden ghost ship breaks up and sinks into the water. Oh, right. It does that sometimes too. Should we do something? Nah, the sharks will take care of it. Within a minute, the ocean is quiet again except for the waves. Note to self, hungry sharks. But these time-traveling pirates, or whoever they were, you're half sure you saw one of those skull and crossbone flags, aren't the only ones drawn here today. It's Wraith! He's emerged from the palm trees behind you. I didn't come here to break up your date or something. I came here for that. Wraith points to the lighthouse. It is indifferent to his intention. I've had a couple of glasses, and words are hard. Okay. I've been seeing it in my dreams, shining its strange light on me. I can't avoid it. Through woods and walls, nothing seems to stop it from reaching out to me. Duh, it's a haunted lighthouse. It does that to everyone at some point. You're no more special than me, those dead pirates, or that mermaid I saw washed up on shore that one time. Ugh. Mermaids, by the way, aren't even close to as beautiful in person as they are in movies. More sea witch than underwater princess, if you get my drift. It's all part of a vast conspiracy, an epic river of lies that runs beneath the island, or something. I'm pretty sure I figured it out. The basics, anyhow. If you come with me, you can get cut! Spirit waves her katana, nearly trimming a couple of buttons off Wraith's tropical top. I just realized that he matches top and bottom, and that's adorable. He takes the hint and backs away a few steps slowly. For the quiet guy, he never really shuts up. Oh, damn it. Sometimes I accidentally skip by double click. I'm sorry. Well, he left, I guess. Alone at last, tension broken, deathly moans quiet, and Wraith banished back to wherever he hangs out. You scooch closer to Spirit, breathing in the damp, foggy air that seems to emanate from her. It's not quite clear how that whole fog thing works, but you don't even care. You're feeling this moment. Spirit seems to be feeling it too. She starts to adjust her robe, and you get a peek at the bathing suit beneath. For someone who seems intent on proving how little she cares about what everyone else thinks, she put a lot of work into getting into that suit. It's got straps for days. However, you're so focused on what's happening with Spirit, you don't see the next interruption coming. It better not be fucking Trapper. I'm gonna be so pissed. Okay, good. It's just these nerds. And Claudette and Dwight burst in on you and interrupt whatever you were doing. It doesn't seem like they were worried they'd bump into much. We're here to make a very dramatic announcement. Well, technically, we're here to invite you to join us back at the beach, where we'll be making a very dramatic announcement. It's hard being the producers and the hosts. Aren't survivors supposed to work in groups of 4? When you arrive at the beach, you realize you were set up. Despite promising an announcement, Dwight and Claudette simply stand quietly. This isn't at all what was promised. Wait a minute, there's no announcement here. But there is a me. You got mud in your ears, friend? I told you to get lost. Don't you see? Lost is what I am. And so are you. But I know the way out. I've got a map back in my secret lair. Literally and figuratively. Yeah, I know the difference. This is why you should ditch Spirit and come spend the rest of the night with me instead. You got a secret lair? Damn it! Who said anything about a secret lair? Literally you. I've got, sap in my secret hair. There's a flap on my secret chair. Don't change the subject! Don't ask me what he's talking about. You're trying to make a mess of the first nice day I've had in I don't know how long, because it's not even clear what year it is, but in a while. There was spit. I'm so sorry. You're all in the splash zone. I'm not about to be ditched for the likes of you. It's not me messing things up, like I keep trying to tell you, it's this dang island. I've come to accept a difficult truth. What's happening here? Well, I'm convinced it's our fate. It's not anyone's decision, it's simply the way it will be. There's no use fighting it. What would you even know about fighting? All you know is hiding in your spooky little secret hair and crying like a baby while ringing your little bell. So don't tell me what I can and can't fight back against. I was born a fighter. A dragon lives inside me. I can't not fight, even when all I might want to do is hide. Do you see this giant hat? It's a metaphor. If I do have a fate, my fate is to win every fight that comes my way. Got it? Folks. Oh, you hide. I've seen you hide. You do your little phase walking routine. What do you call that? Basically cloaking. We all know cloaking is a type of hiding. Folks. You cloak, I don't cloak. I'm not a cloaker. I phase walk out in the open. You just can't see me. You have no idea what they're talking about, but this sure sounds like some video game community forum thread minutia, if there ever was such a thing. Not that you know about that either. I feel like I would get more out of this if I were like an avid DBD player, but I'm like looking from the outside in here. It's still funny, I like it, but I don't entirely know what they're talking about. Sure doesn't seem like Dwight and Claudette are gonna stop this, so it's on you. I think I was brought here to make this choice, so I'm gonna do that now. And I choose... Oh, God. See, here's the problem, folks. I really like Spirit. She's adorable. And tortured. In like a... I don't know, endearing way. But Wraith seems to understand what's going on, and the ocean told me I need to find out why I'm here, and I feel like Wraith can help me with that. However, this is a dating sim, and I feel like I should keep choosing Spirit because she's adorable. I don't know what to do here. Can y'all help me? I'm gonna do a poll. Follow your heart. Or flip a coin. Well, shit, okay. Well, 2 of you have told me to go with my heart, so... I'll do it. I'll do it. I don't have any coins. We're going with Spirit. When it comes down to it, neither of these two seems easy to love. I mean, damn it, Spirit literally has broken glass shards sticking out of her, but she has a certain charm to her gloom. Where's my mouse? There it is. Spirit and I were actually having a nice time. Besides, if it's my fate to end up on this island, well, to hell with fate, really. Damn it, Greg, get out of here. Don't really, though. Being antagonistic, I see you. And don't take this the wrong way, Wraith, but the amount of awkwardness you pack into a single day. No wonder you're so skinny. All that second guessing yourself must burn a lot of calories. Well, that's just mean. I don't want to say that. He's endearing. It's adorable. No offense taken. It's... yeah, okay, it's true. I can be a little awkward, I guess. Sometimes. It looks like I'm Wraith. I'm on his head. I'm Wraith now. Right, so I'm gonna stick with Spirit. Spirit breathes a sigh of relief. I've got enough revenging to do without having to kill you and Wraith too. Spirit walks you around a corner to show you something she discovered in this place and knew was meant to be connected with her journey. A cherry tree! I also feel like we've chosen our route and IDK how much point there is in switching partway through. That is a valid point, QE. It's just a small sapling, but has begun to sprout flowers. Doesn't make sense to see a cherry tree here in this place. It also doesn't make sense to see a ghost in a black bathing suit, so you just accept it. As Spirit steps up to the tree, a cold breeze pulls some petals off and they come cascading through the air around the both of you. Do you know the meaning of the cherry blossom? They're beautiful, but also quite symbolic. Of course, like all good symbols, their meaning is pretty complicated. What do they mean to you? For many people, being among the cherry blossoms is like being at a celebration of life. People travel great distances just to be near their vibrant beauty. However, as beautiful as they might be, they aren't magical. They're simply flowers. They quickly die and fade away, and for this reason, they're also a symbol of the fleeting nature of life, our fragile mortality. In a way, it's the specter of looming death that calls attention to this special moment, to see and appreciate life. How does that duality make you feel, Bright? I'm gonna go with empowered. The knowledge that life and death are a cycle has always given me peace. Accepting the fleeting nature of life, like the beauty of a flower in bloom, allows me to appreciate the moment without being too hung up on what comes next. As you explain, Spirit's face begins to look sad to you. Yeah, she crying. You're not sure why. It's not the happiest topic, life and death, but why should that matter? And then it dawns on you. Spirit has been trapped in this ghastly state of death with no hope to cycle back, no rebirth, her moment of blossoming life long gone. That scary time of death and decay that comes after the good part, that's Spirit's eternity. I feel like an idiot. Am I just constantly saying the wrong things to her? I feel terrible. I feel like an idiot. I wasn't talking about you. I wasn't even thinking about you. You answered from the heart. I can't let that bother me. Our priorities are not the same. I have my mission. Once the fallen cherry blossoms represented the souls of samurai warriors, those with noble characters, those who did not fear death, those who were killed in the greatest sacrifice to honor their emperor. Their lives were short, but their purpose gave them beauty. Those warriors saw death coming, but they never despaired. They stood and faced it. They held their swords and they struck down their fear. But despite the natural samurai spirit that lives on in me, my noble bloodline, my life has ended, but my death continues to stretch on. The cycle is frozen. This cherry tree, it's not real. Though its petals fall, they soon replenish. It's as if it were installed here by someone. You watch as Spirit chooses her words very carefully. By something with no respect for the balance of life and death. We're sorry to interrupt. You know we don't believe you, right? Yep, but this time we got a really good reason. And it has nothing to do with us being manipulated by an unseen force, because that's definitely not happening. Nobody accused you of that, but okay. We're just here to tell you that it's time for dinner, silly. Got it while it's hot. I guess it's time to go, or whatever. Thanks for spending some time with me today. I enjoyed it. Me too? God, I don't think I'm doing very well. I keep saying the wrong things. I'm so flustered around her. What a fun day you've been having. I can see it written all over your face. You're shining. And that's not just the remaining anxious sweat from spending an afternoon courting a psycho killer. Don't call me silly, call me weird and unusual. Keep it in your pants, Bethany. I'm wearing a dress. I can't keep it in my pants. I'll say it. The music in this game fucking slaps. No. You really are feeling this whole romantic experience. Don't worry, I'll keep your dirty little secrets. But enough gentle ribbing. It's time to get back to business. All the appetizing singles have arrived for dinner, including Trickster. Wraith is here too. We're not gonna do the gag where we cram them all on screen at the same time again. So just believe me, they're all here, and they're just as sexy and demented as you remember them. With your love on the line, everyone's being very careful not to offend you by saying the wrong thing. Congrats, by the way, on getting this far. I'm as surprised as you are that these 4 are falling for you. No, not because of your personality, but because you just met them yesterday. However, since Trapper seems like the biggest long shot to end up holding onto your heart, he throws caution to the wind and speaks up. It's a pretty small consolation prize for being the least loved killer on Murderer's Island, but hey, letting them have this one moment in the spotlight is the least we can do. And heaven knows they won't do any better than that. If I'm dining solo, I'm eating what I want and you're all eating it too. Lamb shank, rare, salt, pepper, no sauces allowed, and serve it with one single piece of broccoli so Wraith won't complain. I like broccoli. Gives me horrible gas. Oh, I don't like that. Buddy, wait till you smell what rare lamb does to my bowels. It's awesome. Wow, I have no words for you, but dinner will be served shortly, but certain power brokers would like to know about your day. Would you like to share your day with the rest of the group? You've had an interesting day, that's for sure, but how will you describe it to the others? Say too much or too little and it could affect your standing with the group. God, why does this matter? This is so weird. Okay, but don't just sit there saying nothing. Nothing is not an option. I'm gonna be coy. It wasn't really a date, more like 2 people avoiding everyone else and choosing to be alone, but doing it in a relatively close proximity to each other. Yes, she likes me, y'all, she likes me! I did it! That's exactly right. Couldn't have not said anything of value better myself. Spirit is clearly happy with the way you portrayed your date. No surprise, she doesn't like people getting into her business. Dwight and Claudette bring out dinner. Everyone eats in silence. No one trusts anyone now, and they're all very tired. Oh wait, no, sorry. That's a dreary supernatural horror thriller set in Antarctica. Not a charming parody dating sim set in an undisclosed tropical paradise. Bony appetite. That's not how you say it. Do you mean bon? No! Almost everything we serve has lots of bones in it, even the vegetables. Almost impossible to avoid on this island. Everyone eats without speaking. Tensions are rising, same diff, whatever. Both of the sexual and deadly variety. When everyone finishes, Dwight and Claudette come back to clean up the table. They linger around you as they pick up your plate, take your napkin, and dust crumbs off the table. What would you like to say to the servants? Your top-notch service is much appreciated. Everyone, if you would please be so kind as to follow us to the fire pit, we'd greatly appreciate it. We've been told something big is going to happen, something that will change everything. You can go willingly, or you can go unwillingly. You have no choice. Tough cookies. Did you have a choice on how you said that, dweeb? Yes, and I immediately regret how I did. Good. Something needs to change around here. Fire is rebirth. Fire illuminates the soul. I hope the fire isn't too smoky. Smoke hurts my eyes. I have pretty sensitive eyes. I'm also horribly afraid of it. The fire, I mean, not my eyes, because of childhood trauma involving fire. And finally, everyone starts moving towards the fire pit, if only to get away from Wraith's complaining. I feel bad for Wraith. Poor guy. You take a seat on a comfortable log, feeling the fire's heat against your skin, and wait for the other killers to take their places, wondering who will want to tell a story this time. Will narrator tell a story? I bet they've got a stunningly creative mind. Hey, you think, are they allowed to simply place thoughts in my mind like this? Doesn't seem fair. Everyone makes their way in, but something unexpected happens. Nothing happens. Something almost always seems to be happening here, so nothing is probably not a great sign. They're so cute, look at all them. I feel bad for Huntress. She keeps getting cut off by my face. Here. You go now, you can see Huntress. No titties though, I'm covering up her titties. Because I'm classy. Oh cool, and now everyone's looking at you. So, you know, do something. Should I pick someone to tell a story? Or we could play charades? Boggle? I hate Boggle. Well, we're actually thinking, why don't you tell us a story? Wraith points his spine and skull staff thingamajig at you. You duck out of its way. Who knows what that thing can do? Probably shoots lasers. Try not to bore us. We're just very interested in you. Don't speak for me, Huntress. Now you can't tell if you're warm from the fire or if it's your nerves heating up. I know that the fire is right here. But maybe if we, like, stop talking about it all the time, we can start to pretend it's not here and doesn't, you know, threaten to burn us alive. He's not supposed to hear me. Get out of here, Wraith. Ray was about to make an important decision about telling a story or not. I'll tell a story, I don't fucking care. I hope it's a mystery. Jesus, trickster. Okay. So what type of story do you want to tell? Well, so Spirit already told a romance. Let's do like an action. Here's an action-packed yarn for you lot. The time I got into a bar fight. The group is interested, they lean in. I'm all ears, and I'm not talking about the bucket of them I have on my boat. That's gross, bro. That's real gross. You crack open a beer by smashing the bottle cap off on the nearest rock before starting. I'm at the local watering hole, powering up with my regular 12 beers before I slay at the pool table. This is 100% not me, and it's hilarious. 12 beers? I would be done. I would be blacked out. Slay is good. Steely Dan blasts from the jukebox. The bartender's tip jar is filled to the brim. I pound the final pint and smash the glass onto the counter as I demand shots for the entire joint. Is this Roadhouse? Am I just describing the plot of Roadhouse? The patrons cheer for me. I am their god. Suddenly, I hear the telltale revving of engines outside. Motorcycles. The saloon doors swing open. Wait, it's a saloon now? And in walks my arch nemesis, Big Slim, the giant of North Toledo. He sounds sexy. Thought I smelled something acrid from Akron. Are we just making fun of Ohio? I remember nothing about my life before landing on this island. Besides this one time I kicked ass at the bar. I mean, I'm very clearly making this up. Oh my god. Thought I smelled something acrid from Akron when I hopped off the hog, Slim says with a sneer. I get up from my stool, the gal behind me rubbing my shoulders, revving me up for the inevitable fight. Long way from home, aren't we, Slim? What are the fine people of Elm Street gonna do without someone to tell them something secondhand? What? Going to do without someone to sell them someone's secondhand cufflinks tonight? I taunt him. He strokes his oily beard. You don't see a lot of Akron references, right? That's what I'm saying. This story has a lot of specific geographic references in it. I have a perfectly good job at the pawn shop. Why are you coming at me like that? Slim yells. That's fair, I scream back. Why do we even hate each other? I can't remember. This is a terrible story. I've taken a real left turn. Something about me cutting you off in traffic, but it was a misunderstanding, Slim yells. Well, then let's hug it out, I say, tears starting to well in my eyes. And we made up. What about the bar fight? I can't. I'm so bad at Russian. I'm so sorry. Oh yeah, we got in a real blowout fight later that night. Really yelled our proverbial heads off, but it was just an argument about whether you should say pop or soda. Everybody knows it's soda. Everybody. Come on! I came up headlining at Coachella for this? Spirit laughs hysterically, probably laughing at you, but it's a laugh you're ready to accept. That sure was a kind of story, technically. Okay, that was not a very good story. I don't mean to insult you, but it was really actually quite bad. Sorry, this narrator keeps it real. We can't just end there. So who else would you like to hear a story from tonight? You look from killer to killer, trying to decide who might be the most entertaining. I mean, we all know who I'm gonna pick. Literally, you give me a choice, I'm gonna pick Spirit. I suppose I could tell a story. I don't really want to. But anything I say is sure to be better than whatever you get out of anyone else in this group. Like all good stories, I stole this one from someone in the past who's dead now and can't do anything about it. 75% of the time I say soda, the other 25% it's soda pop. Right? If you're gonna say pop, it has to be preceded by soda. It's either soda or soda pop. It's called The Bride. Technically, I suppose the fiance. One winter, a young couple decided that the next spring they would be married. The two were madly in love and could not wait for the snow to melt so they could join in matrimony and unite their souls for eternity. Per the latest bridal trends, they decided to have their wedding ceremony at the edge of the woods by a beautiful shabby chic farmhouse. Together, they spent months planning the details of the wedding. The two created invitations, figured out seating arrangements, and tasted 100 cakes before settling on the perfect one. Oh my god! A raid! Here we go! Hiya. Welcome on in, Raiders. How's it going? Welcome on in, Sparvitter. Hello, Hayabina. Hi, large bruh. Hi, Ari. Thank you so much for the raid. How are you? Welcome on in. How was your stream? Here, let me give y'all what everybody knows that they want. Cat cam. Penny's steepin'. She's real tired. The name makes everyone's day better. It makes me smile. It's a good name. It's a solid name. Lovely time. Cult of the Lamb. Nice. That's awesome. I'm glad that you had a good time. Alan was in here earlier. He was also playing Cult of the Lamb. That is on my wish list. I really want to get into that. I've been watching a lot of people playing it. It looks super duper fun. Penny has had a day. She was being a menace earlier. Hi, V. She was being a menace. She was up here messing around, knocking all my shit over. You know how it is. She's precious. I got all my glasses up here and she knocked them all off and she just was knocking everything over. Got a pen. She was like, no, you can't have this anymore. Trying to eat my snacks. I'm being generous with Cat Cam because she's being precious. Well, welcome on in, everyone. If you oh, I forgot I can do this. Hold on. Rawr. That's why you should have gotten a mustelid. Clearly. We learned what a mustelid is earlier.
Depressing. Cool.
Earlier on in the stream, it's a type of like ferret situation. By the way, B, I have a surprise for you. Okay? A couple of surprises, actually.
I wouldn't know Majesty if it came up and bit him in the face.
And
Super easy, barely an inconvenience.
thank you for the suggestions. I appreciate them. And they have been added to the stream.
Super easy, barely an inconvenience.
I'm glad y'all like them.
I wouldn't know Majesty if it came up and bit him in the face.
I'm always open to Homestar and or pitch meeting suggestions for commands. They're my favorite, so thank you. But welcome. Welcome on in, everybody. If you don't know me, my name is Bethany, aka Brightboom. I'm a variety streamer here on Twitch, and I do a lot of weird stuff. Tonight I'm playing Hooked on You, which is a Dead by Daylight dating simulator, and I'm trying to woo this woman slash spirit slash ghost. It's very fun. I don't know anything about Dead by Daylight, so I'm learning a lot today. It's very fun. Thank you for joining me. I also have a glass of rosé, because you can't play a dating game and not have a glass of rosé, you know? Tell her she has a nice hat. It is a nice hat, right? She's classy. I tell her about the Trogdor picture at the Sam Adams Brewery. Yes, you should tell me about this. Absolutely. Also, totally apropos of nothing, one of my roommates, he has a full collection of stuffies, stuffed animals. Like, I have a very small collection that you can see on the penny cam back there. You can see most of them. There's also this one right here that you can't see on the cam. It's a kitty cat. My roommate has a massive collection of stuffies, and he just got a dragon version of this, a dragon squishmallow. And he came in and he's like, have you seen Trogdor? Boom. Didn't even have to say anything. He just named it Trogdor, and that makes me happy. Indeed, woo her with the rose and also roses. Yes. Yes. All right. So she's telling a spooky story right now is what's happening. We're all gathered around a campfire and the spirit is telling us a story. Because I told a terrible story and everyone was upset about it. The room that they toasted the oats for the brown ale. That sounds fancy. I haven't been to a brewery in a long time. Okay. Together, they spent months planning the details of their wedding. The two created invitations, figured out their seating arrangements, and tasted 100 cakes before settling on the perfect one. They chose Lilikoi, by the way. So fancy. Well, shit, what the fuck is that? Hold up. It's like a fruit. Okay. It's like a fruit cake type thing. All right, good to know. They drew a picture of Trogdor on it. Nice. That's classy. That's classy right there. Okay. When it came time to figure out the decorations, however, the bride, the fiance, I guess, since she wasn't actually married yet, wanted to take the lead and set the style. Oh, you don't like the blood lilies on her hat? She's got them all over her kimono, too. After all, her boyfriend had been wearing cargo shorts and open-toe sandals for pretty much their entire relationship, so he was definitely not to be trusted. Okay, so we went to the Sam Adams Brewery, and we're walking past a long hallway to see the oats and stuffs on the door. Down this long hallway, out of the corner of my eye, I catch a Trogdor. Turns out a coworker who used to work there made it, and it's been there ever since. And he has my name. That's so cool! I love that kind of stuff, when like people who used to work there make a little impression like that, and they just leave their little mark. Their little mark. That's awesome. Well, it sounds like y'all had a wonderful time, and I'm a little bit jelly, but that's really cool. Welcome back, Ari. I just stared blankly at the guy when he said my name. Yes, me? You're referring to me? I did this? Nice. All right. Having decided on such a lovely natural setting for the ceremony, the fiancé decided that she would create unique floral arrangements from the local wildflowers that surrounded the farmhouse. As soon as the sun rose on the first day of spring, she set off into the woods. Each day, she spent hours mapping out where the best blooms could be found. She's putting way too much effort into this. And prepared to pick them herself the morning of the wedding so they'd be at the height of their freshness and beauty. Enamored with the incredible variety of flowers in the woods, she surveyed the bride, fiancé. Since they had not yet been married, she keeps making this mistake a lot, and I feel like she's hiding something. Became obsessed with knowing just how many there were so she could choose the absolute best. When the fateful morning of her big day finally came, the fiancé told her husband-to-be that she had one final errand before the wedding. Excited for the ceremony to come, she dressed in her beautiful white gown and set off into the woods to gather flowers. Treading carefully, she followed her route, selecting only the best stems and collecting them in a basket. However, when she came upon a once familiar clearing, something was not as she expected. Somehow, it was more beautiful now than it had ever been before, and just on the edge of her view was a new bush filled with blossoms so vibrant and colorful she became dizzy just looking at them. But the fiancé ignored her sudden spell and pressed ahead, scooping up flower after flower, and every time she did, she noticed just further ahead impossibly even more beautiful blossoms. Carried by the sweet fragrance of spring air, the bride, the fiancé, crept further and further into the woods until she turned a corner, stepped over a mossy fallen tree trunk and realized she had been here before. But this wasn't the clearing she remembered, or at least not how she remembered it. The flowers were suddenly overripe, decaying, falling from their stems and festering moldy piles on the floor. Where bees had been, now only flies buzzed. Where the scene of flowers had once intoxicated her, the odor of mildew now made her sick. She turned and looked back, but the path was dark. Into a shadowy glen she walked, and walked, and walked. That day, as guests gathered at the farmhouse, the fiancé was nowhere to be seen. Her friends, family, and love began to look for her, but to no avail. They searched the pasture, the tree line, and into the forest, but there were no beautiful wildflowers or young lovers to be seen. Just old dead trees, trampled vines, and moss-covered rocks. The fiancé stayed a fiancé for eternity, always wandering, looking for fresher blooms to clip, but never finding them. Distracted by a never-ending search for perfection, unable to see that you are loved for who you are. Out there, all alone. I thought it was beautiful and sad. Just like someone we know. I have a feeling it's her, yeah. How was story time? A lot of people like to take pot shots at sequels, but I think every good story deserves a follow-up. When you think it's the end, the sequel is almost never as rewarding as the original. That's why I'm much more a fan of episodic style of storytelling. Knowing it's a series takes a lot of pressure off any individual installment and builds a greater sense of community between audience and creator. There's a lot of fourth wall breaking in this game, by the way. Tell me, Bright, if you could delete any sequel from existence, what would it be? Don't answer that. We don't actually care. We're just here to make sure that we seamlessly move on to the next segment of the evening. God forbid in my small talk get in the way of a romantic Twilight moment. Matrix 2. That's valid, WPG, that's valid. Seriously though, tell me in chat, y'all, if you could get rid of a sequel, what would you get rid of? I haven't seen Matrix 4. There's only 3 Indiana Jones. That's fair. I would also get rid of Indiana Jones' Crystal Skull. Also, all the music in this game slaps. Crystal, what now? Greg, I don't want to rain on your parade. Did you know they're making another one? They're making a 5th one? I'm really sorry, bud. This is like elevator music. Oh yeah, they're angry. No, it's this one. It's this one. Okay. Dwight, I'm gonna need you to shut your yap trap. I know that you know that we need to get back to that thing we do when we're not on screen. Okay, you have fun tonight and try not to wink wink end up dead. Why did you say the words wink wink out loud? What kind of double entendre are you getting at with the end up dead thing? Dwight is physically incapable of winking, not since the accident. And you do know that all these people are despicable criminals with double-digit kill counts, right? Well, except for her spirit. She doesn't really belong here. She's strictly a victim, not a perpetrator. No wonder she's pissed. Did I hear somebody trash-talking spirit? Deal me in. Fuck you, Trapper. Nobody likes you. What do you say we take this talk to the hot tub so I can soak this bod while I roast that ghost with some killer hot takes? Please, enough talk of burns, things that are lit or getting blazed. It's enough that these activities have to be set next to a literal fire. Must I be surrounded by figurative flames as well? What if we turned and ran as far away from this place as we could, just you and me? On those spindly legs, you're probably tired before you go too far. If it's running away to some place more secluded, Bright is after, they should obviously join me. Have you seen these legs? Pure power. Right? Wraith is so cute. Not that my walk speed really reflects my giant stature, but that's because I chose to move slowly for stealthy reasons. It's my own choice and it's completely logical. I was told Huntress was from Russia, and I'm trying my best. Why is everyone so obsessed with comparing themselves to each other and creating drama? I'm so over all that. Don't you get it? Society wants to trick you into fighting with each other so that corporations can swoop in and sell you fake solutions to all your fabricated problems. I'll be sitting in the shade and drinking something locally sourced while thumbing through a public domain novella printed on recycled paper because I refuse to play their game anymore. That's fair, WPG, that's fair. Is it like she's actively trying to be as unappealing as possible? Does it really turn anyone else on or just me? You have some issues, Trapper. Despite Trapper's insatiable appetite, it seems his attention, along with the attention of everyone else, is still on you, for the moment. If you could, I don't know, just like pick one of us, we could all move on with our lives, or, you know, some special projects we might have going. You heard him. Who will it be? Who will you head off with for an evening activity? Everybody knows who I'm gonna pick. Everybody knows. I'm just saying, you may not get a ton of chances to date around like this before your time on Murderer's Island comes to a close. And no, I'm not satisfied with that name either, but with this streaming reality TV dating show boom happening, it's pretty much all that wasn't taken. Which killer will you pick? And yes, we're back to excluding Trickster because, ugh, that guy. Trapper for the mind games. Everybody knows I love Spirit. You picked me, yay! She doesn't seem happy about this, uh-oh. Sorry, that was rude of me. I despise phoniness, so I should be honest with you. What? Excuse me? You make for interesting company, and I love the idea of winning over these other killers at all costs, even when I hate the game and the prize, but I had a long day. Floating, subverting expectations, grinding my teeth as I imagine sweet, sweet revenge. It takes a lot out of me. So don't stop bringing your A game, all right? It might seem like I hate everything, and getting to really know who I am is an impossible task not worth trying, but too bad. You won't know unless you search deep inside of yourself and bring everything you got. Or just say the exact right thing at the right time and melt my cold heart in an instant. I don't know the rules here any better than you do. See you at the bar, I guess. Well, shit! What? Oh, this is gonna be it. We've done it. Congrats. That's a whole bottle. Look, rosé. Hashtag not an ad. You arrive at the bar to find... Thank you. To find Dwight and Claudette both holding a cocktail shaker, surrounded by a bevy of bottles for assorted boozes. Who's ready to get wasted? Well, I don't drink, so not me. You really don't drink ever? Is that like because it'll fall out a hole in your stomach thing, or? I don't drink alcohol because alcohol is a poison of the body and the mind, and I don't need to act like a fool to have a good time thing. Okay. You made fun of me earlier for wanting a vodka soda, and now you're being real prissy. It's okay. That's what I'm saying. Then why did you choose a mixology lesson as your romantic nighttime activity? Everyone knows this kind of a date is just an excuse to get loaded up on booze and make terrible decisions. It's true. Not a single person has ever learned anything at one of these things. Dwight, now that's not true. You learned how to tie a cherry knot in a stem using only your tongue. Whoa, who ordered the soda with a splash of my private business? Because that's off the menu. Well, I know what I'm drinking to forget tonight. Seriously, if it were possible, we all know I'd be romancing Dwight. That fucking nerd has some real short shorts, but I'm not allowed, and it's rude. Mixology is a real thing, and it doesn't require alcohol to be interesting. I'll have you all know that I worked at a restaurant before I was violently executed. Right? That's what I'm saying. By your father, on whom you will have your bloody vengeance. Right. Well, so be it. How about you, Bright? Do you drink? Well, shit, should I stay sober because she's staying sober? It's probably the nice thing to do. I've got the impression, I say, as I'm drinking wine. I've got the impression that tonight will be a night that I want to remember perfectly, so I'm gonna pass on the alcoholic drinks. Here. Alcohol is a false escape. Besides, it's not like sober people can't have fun. I mean, she's not wrong. By the way, I want to address this real quick. I enjoy alcohol, and I like it. But there is nothing wrong with not drinking alcohol, okay? If you don't want to drink, you don't have to. Don't let anybody pressure you into it. You're cool. I just needed to say that. You watch as Spirit picks up a plump cherry and roughly stabs a little plastic sword through it. Cherry juice splatters everywhere and its little fruity guts flop out onto Spirit's lap. Oopsie! One of the upsides of wearing black, it hardly shows stains. No take backsies. So, lovebirds, what drink shall we make? Well, I know all of these except zombie. That sounds cool. But what the fuck's a fancy beer? How do you make a beer fancy? We all know what a Bloody Mary is, and if you don't know what a Dark and Stormy is, it's ginger beer and rum. It's delicious. The zombie. Zombie sounds pretty fun, right? Uh-oh. Oh, did I choose the wrong one? Is that some kind of sick joke? Oh no, sorry, you didn't think I meant you, did I? I would never. It's not an undead insult. It's some kind of kooky retro cocktail. There's a bunch of ingredients and a signature look. I thought we could make one. And the best part, they're served out of an empty skull. You see Claudette's eyes go wide as she makes cut it out dummy hand symbols to Dwight. An empty skull-shaped glass, not a literal skull. We don't have any of those on hand to pour drinks in. And even if we did, yuck, am I right? Okay, you've got my attention. Oh, oof. I think we recovered. Folks. So what's in one of these? You do actually know, right? And you promise it's a good drink? It's definitely not a joke about my semi-undead state. Yes, of course I know. Don't worry, we've got plenty of ingredients at our disposal. Why don't you show us? Oh, fuck. You're gonna do it live? She's gonna be so impressed by your mixology knowledge. You got this. Fuck, quick, somebody look up what's in a zombie and tell me. We're going non-alcoholic, so first we'll start with the substitute for the, I don't want to fuck this up. Why is this so hard? I just want to woo this ghost. Yes, tell me. I want to cheat. Rum? Okay. I trust you. All right. I've got rum extract. It can be mixed with a little apple juice. Then we'll toss in some... Oh God. What kind of fruit juice are we doing? Lime, lemon, or grapefruit? I'm trusting y'all to get me through this date. This is like those sitcoms where they've got the little like thing in their ear and they're listening the whole time. Okay, lime juice. Not too sour, not too sweet. A tropical vibe courtesy of some... What the fuck is falernum? What? I'm so confused. Rum and lime make sense. None of this does. What? feel like I'm gonna need to make a zombie after this. Is this, have we veered off course? Is there not an answer for this? Is this a trick question? Oh no. At least the music's good. Really? Falernum? What is falernum? I'm more of a horchata gal, but falernum is in the more traditional recipes. The refreshing sweetness of... What? It's gotta be pineapple juice, right? I'm gonna look up falernum while y'all are dealing with this conundrum. Is that what it is? Tropical syrup? Falernum? Oh yeah, it is. Ginger, lime, and almond. Interesting. Okay. By the way, there's bongo drums. You're welcome. There's no shame in Googling, QE. I've never heard of falernum before. It's hard to find a finer juice than pineapple. For a blood red tint, a splash of... I'm gonna go with grenadine on this one. I think I get it now. No one's putting cough syrup or literal blood into their fucking cocktail. You toss in the final ingredient, plus a few drops from some other random bottles for no reason beyond the fact that they look cool, and mix it all up in a shaker just like in that movie you never saw, because we can't mention another single intellectual property that we don't have a proper license for. So cocktail. Cocktail? Cocktail. With Tom Cruise. I must say, it's delicious. I don't really care for these complicated drinks, but I appreciate all the energy you put into making it. Well, thank you. Look at you. I didn't know you had it in ya. I didn't. I had a lot of help. Thank you, chat. It's nothing. Now, can I just get some ginger ale? Don't take it too personally. I plan on drinking the rest after you two leave. How? You're a narrator! How? Before you get a chance to try your own creation, the sound of thunder from approaching storm echoes over the ocean. Lightning strikes the palm tree on the beach and it immediately starts fire. The activity ends abruptly as Claudette and Dwight usher the two of you away from the bar. The gang's all together again on the volleyball court. Seems like only yesterday you were sitting on the sidelines watching everyone get sweaty. That was yesterday. That's because it was? Ugh. Feels like I've been here a lot longer than that, actually. It's too late that the sun... Sorry. It's so late that the sun is already beginning to rise. Better get this over with quickly so that you can get some beauty rest. I do not recommend the eternal damnation of perpetual narratordom. Good thing you've really used your time well since then. Really getting to know the gang, the brain, the mogul, the basket case, the psychotic bunny girl. You know, the 4 types of people. Anyway, everyone's gathered on the volleyball court for a new type of game. Pitch your dream date and see who Bright chooses. You don't have to, you know who I'm gonna choose. Who's ready for round robin? How round are we talking? Not to eat, Huntress. Each killer gets 2 minutes to tell you about the dream date they've planned for you tomorrow. In no particular order, which is a weird thing to mention, right? Almost like the order does matter. Trapper, why don't you go first? You think you deserve it, even if in this case it's a subtle dig. Stop talking. Trapper, without further ado, would you like to make us all uncomfortable by pushing the boundaries of what's acceptable, not only in polite society, but within the narrative of this in-world event, and also the larger meta-narrative of a Dead by Daylight dating experience? Oh my god. Sometimes you just gotta say it. Why, yes, thank you. I'd love to. So bright, you're thinking of picking me? Well, this is your final warning. Pick me and be punished. And rewarded? Tomorrow will suck. Probably. I'm not an easy guy to get along with. I know that. But I can tell you this much. I'm hiding a secret on this island that will make fans shit themselves with excitement. What? If you like Trapper, you're gonna love it. And if not, you're a maggot. Also, everyone, even confident, sexy ladies in rabbit masks, better stay the hell away from my yacht. I don't want to shit myself. That's valid, WPG. I'm not picking him, so you're not gonna shit yourself. You're fine. Great. Huntress, why don't you take it from here? Tomorrow morning, I'm planning on taking a nice atmospheric breakfast on the yacht. Don't worry, Trapper won't even know it's gone. What was that? Nothing, go away. Then, boy oh boy, I've got such an adventure planned. It involves hunting for treasure. Why is there so much poop talk in this game? That is a valid question. What kind of treasure are we looking for? Guess you'll have to pick me to find out. Let me tell you, it's primo stuff. Now, if you don't mind, I've got to start preparing because it's clear already that you're going to pick me. Confident, mysterious, I like it. Sorry. Anyway, Wraith? Well, I don't know. I really prefer just tell Bright privately. I really don't know how that's gonna work with these game mechanics. What if you just whispered it to Wraith? Wraith considers this for a long moment. Too long. That's fine. Without moving, Wraith lowers his voice to a barely audible whisper. Tomorrow, we have to find my bell. And then I can finally tell you about what I've been working on. It's gonna be really special. The kind of thing where we will really bond. And maybe finally get off this island. And then maybe we can go on a real date. You done? Is that it? Wraith nods, proud. Hit us, Spirit! Figuratively! Damn it, Dwight, you gotta watch your words with these people. Tomorrow, you'll spit in the face of God, die, and be reborn anew. That's it? If you're not intrigued by that, I don't want you. Go draw crayon art with Trapper or dig up whatever mysteries with Wraith. I don't know what those guys do all day. Do you want to at least specify which god you'll be spitting in the face of? All of them! Okay. So hydrate tonight if you intend to hang with Spirit. And time's up, everyone. Gosh, you need to dream about these options so you're ready to choose in the morning. Now go dream about all these swim-worthy options so you're ready to make a choice come dawn. Hydrate or dehydrate. Cheers, Greg! Have a swell night. Did you two forget to mention something? Ha. Oh gosh, how could we forget? Before you run off to slumber peacefully, there's one more thing to do. No reality survival dating competition parody would be complete without singling out one of our contestants who's already teetering on the edge of a psychological break and giving them a little push. Hold up. This has been a survival dating competition parody this entire time, and I'm just now finding out about it? Come on, the signs were there, I just didn't read them. Welcome to Murderer's Island. It's now time to eliminate one of the killers. Woof, it's like a butchering, but it hurts even worse, does it? You can't kill a killer, but can you break their heart? Do you dare to even try? You mean... That's right, tomorrow one of these sexy slicers will not be eligible to take you on a date. Who's it gonna be? But why? 'Cause it's surprising? 'Cause it's a classic reversal of fate? And it'll hurt someone's feelings, someone dangerous! Who's it gonna be, champ? What's your thought process here? Trapper seems like he might Trapper seems like he might throttle you in your sleep if you eliminate him. That being said, at least you'd see him coming. Spirit could be anywhere. She floats, and I hear she can disappear, hard to track. If you get rid of Wraith, he might cry. And although I totally support normalizing men crying and being vulnerable, it seems like he might be an ugly crier. Huntress, she might pretend to be okay with it, but then you'll start seeing her behind every tree. What I'm trying to say is, I don't envy you, boss. So which sociopath are you eliminating? Well, I know he might kill me, but Trapper is literally the worst. And they know that. I got an achievement for that. This was very simple. Trapper, you scare the living shit out of me. You're eliminated. That's fair. Honestly though, I don't care. You suck. But not in a good way. You bore me, you personality-free maggot. It wouldn't even be fun to kill you. Which I was totally gonna do tomorrow the first chance I got, so really this is a win-win for both of us. Still might kill you though, out of principle for eliminating me. Sleep with both eyes open and have fun on your date tomorrow. Now that you've broken the heart of someone heartless, you should go get some shut-eye. And don't worry too much about the broken heart you left behind. Because of course, they'll be receiving a consolation prize. They might not get to go home with Bright when this is all over, but they'll never sleep alone again. Wait, what the fuck does that mean? That's right, we're sending our eliminated player home with... their own mostly new trickster body pillow. The next best thing to the real trickster. It might not hug you back, but it definitely won't try and stab you. And how do we know? Because I've tried it. That's right, it's Dwight tested. Claudette approved. If they're not already making trickster body pillows, they should, because that's fucking hilarious. I hope you sleep well tonight, Bright. You're my hero for what you've accomplished. How can you sleep tonight knowing what you've done? No, not because of the guilt. I mean knowing there's a legit homicidal maniac who hates you so close by. How can you sleep tonight knowing what you'll do tomorrow? I don't know how you'll do it, but you better go before Dwight and Claudette come back and put you to sleep themselves. You know those two. Schedule, schedule, schedule. Are we having another confessional? Wow, what a crazy way to end the day. An elimination? I didn't even know it was that kind of game. Let's check in with everyone, especially our loser. Everyone deserves a send-off. We'll see how things go tomorrow, I suppose. I'm not expecting anything. I tend to shut my mind off during hard times. I know I seem all excited and devil-may-care, but truth is, I'm really a pessimist at heart. That tends to happen when your mother is skewered by an elk when you were young? Yeah, how'd you know? Wild guess. It's also the only thing you talk about. If you'll excuse me. I think I saw a raccoon over in that tree and I'm feeling peckish. Good news, there are official body pillows of all of them? Holy shit! Okay, hold on. Oh my god, thank you for this, QE. Holy shit. This makes me so happy. They really know their audience. I love it. I love it. They got a lot of stuff. Ooh, they got a cute little tank top. Little lip balm, little beer koozie. You can get a little beach bundle. This is amazing. This is people who know their audience. All right. I don't really know what's happening here. Honestly, have not been paying attention. Bright? Sorry, I forgot. I'm focusing on other things, more important things. One way or another, I won't be here for much longer. I don't handle rejection well. At least I don't think I do. No one has ever been dumb enough to reject me before. Yeah, the more I think about it, the angrier I'm getting. And I'm a giant rage monster, so everyone in the room should be scared right now. Turn the camera off. Did I think there was a chance I might be eliminated? Yeah, I did. Did I care if I got eliminated? Not even a little. Does the volume of words I spend talking about how much I don't care about things signify a deeper yearning within me to be seen, heard, and validated by those around me? No. What? No, you're not a part of this. You don't get a confessional. It's cool, man. I'm not a part of anything. You feel me? I'm not a cog in anyone's machine. I'm my own machine. This whole thing's pretty cute, though. Charmingly low budget, old school marketing vibes. Not gonna lie, I kind of wish I wasn't so busy right now. I'd definitely be down with a reality show style dating competition with survival elements. But I got my new album, upcoming tour, finalizing the new sneaker line, producing a limited series on my life, starting a new social media NFT crypto app, and doing these private gigs over on IP Island. My dudes, you gotta come check it out. IP Island, it's dope. It's where the real killers are hanging out. Fully licensed, no legal drama. Lawyers, take a hike. I'm gonna tell everyone that Trickster said that about them, don't worry. I'm talking your favorite established characters from all over pop culture that can't be seen on this island. How you probably can't even mention them, like Don't you say it! Look, we get it. You're very popular and in demand, but we have a game to get back to, and I don't want to get sued. Yes, Garfield, absolutely Garfield. Listen, I would pay to see them put Garfield in Dead by Daylight. That shit would be hilarious. Ghostface. Come on! Whatever, I don't even care. I'm the Trickster. See you around, Bright. You too, narrator. I have a name, you know. You do? Yes! Seriously, they do not pay me enough to deal with you people. Is it my turn? What? No! No, it's not your turn! You're sentient water! How are you even sitting in that chair? What's a chair? It's the thing you're getting all wet. Now it's gonna smell like mildew! Okay, rude. Fine, let's just get this over with. It's your turn, Ocean. Do your check-in. Check-in? I was just looking for the bathroom. Bathroom? Are you serious? It's just down the hall to the left. Never mind! What does that mean? There is an SPC monster version of Garfield? Of course, of course. Somebody made a Garfield's version of Stray, the video game, and that makes me happy. Ah, not you too. This wasn't meant to be a confessional time for literally every character in this game. It's okay. We don't want to confess anything. We've just been working our asses off for 2 days straight and wanted to sit down somewhere. This chair is wet! Yeah, I think the ocean just peed on it. How's that pot? You know what? I don't care. You two are looking pretty pleased with yourselves. I've got something to confess. Oh great, what's it gonna be? You ate glue in the 2nd grade? You cheated on an algebra test once? Watching Trapper get eliminated was the first time in this unending spiral staircase of pain that is my life that I've ever felt a modicum of joy. Every minute that I am alive is a nightmare. This place, this sun, these sweet sugary drinks. It sounds like fun for a long weekend, but an eternity? The unrelenting rhythm of crashing waves and wailing seagulls. It's like a crescending song of evil that makes me question every foundation of the universe. Why am I here? Why are any of us here? What kind of sentient being would do this? Please, erase me from existence. Make it so I was never born. Pull the plug on this experiment and let my soul be free. And please, please get me out of this polo shirt. Okay, let's get you to bed, buddy. I don't want to go to bed. Going to bed means eventually I'll have to wake up. Yikes, huh? This is a weird way to end. Oh well, what are you gonna do? Let the camera roll long enough, someone's bound to say something crazy. Anyway. Seems like everyone's had their shot to annoy me tonight, so hit the hay and get some rest. Tomorrow's gonna be a doozy. Soft sunlight warms your skin, nudging you awake. Also, you're using a killer crab as a pillow, which sort of okay with. What's that? You don't know about killer crabs? Oh, right, you didn't go to that Huntress date. You really missed out, it was thrilling. Or I guess it would have been. You'll have to play the game again to get the reference, I suppose. Rude! You pull on your beach attire and splash water on your face. White and clouded approach. Is that look on their faces excitement? Terror? You notice your stomach flooded with butterflies. Someone's in love. Or you've been infected with zombie butterflies in your sleep. It has happened here before, but it's probably the love thing. It's time. Claudette gestures over to the beach where the killers all stand flanked by tiki torches. It's a scene very reminiscent of a TV show you used to hate watch with your ex. Suddenly the message is clear. I'm so sorry. We've gotten to the part of the night where words are very hard for me, and I'm gonna really try. But I'm sorry if I mess up. You're going to declare your affections for a killer in front of several other killers. Hey, isn't Trickster supposed to be here? We paid him good money to make some half-assed cameos in this show. I'm gonna chew his agent out. But before they walk over for your big moment... Ah! Oh, wait a second! Don't think we haven't noticed how kind you've been to us, right? It can't be easy being thrown onto a mysterious island for seemingly no real reason, surrounded by terrifying killers trying to manage your most primal impulses, murder and making out. And you've kept a cool head and treated us, your friendly host, with dignity and respect, so don't tell anyone we told you this, but... Claudette and Dwight look around conspiratorially. Just a little hint for you going forward. Don't try to go all the way with a killer who isn't into you. Relationships are two-way streets, and if you don't have a green light in the other direction, you might end up in the friend zone. Are we really? It's 2022! The friend zone doesn't exist! Thank you! The friend zone doesn't sound so bad. Where do you think you are exactly? Dead by Daylight doesn't do friends. There are killers, and there are survivors, and I'm afraid we can't say more. Okay, so who's into me? Claudette and Dwight look around conspiratorially, again. Well, I've never seen Spirit open up to anyone like she's opened up to you. I've seen her open up the insides of plenty of people, but thankfully for you and us, that's in a different type of game. So are you ready? Of course you're not, but too bad we're on a schedule. You make your way over to the row of hotties. Claudette and Dwight stand off to the side, hands behind their backs. It's been quite the 48 hours, but there are clearly sparks in the air, and I'm not just talking about this rusty chainsaw, though I do recommend staying away from those sparks. It's time for our newcomer to confess their love. Wait, I have to do a drum roll for this. No, you don't, but who cares? Bright, who do you choose for your solo date? Can we at least do the flower thing? Dwight, I thought we agreed to keep that between us. No, not that flower thing. The thing where the suitor gets a flower as a symbol of the contestant's love and affection. Is this The Bachelor? Oh, right, I suppose. But no roses, they're such a cliche at this point. Well, that's good, because I tried to pick a rose and I got an ouchie, so I settled for these. Ooh, they're pretty. What are they? You have done good, Dwight. This is such a lovely bouquet. I hope Dwight saved some of these for Claudette. They're a thing, right? You're getting that vibe too? Just me? Sorry. You got other things to think about right now. Listen, given the option, I would date one of them. Right, who do you select to receive these flowers and spend the day with you today? Duh. You approach Spirit, peering below the brim of her impressively large hat and into her haunting eyes. God, I hope she doesn't murder me. Isn't that a thing that you think when you go on a third date with somebody? God, I hope they don't murder me. Spirit, since I met you, I've been enchanted by your presence. You've challenged me to be a better person and resisted the urge to show me the sharp end of your katana. For that, I thank you. I'm ready to take our relationship to the next level. And we shall, up to the eye of the dark storm that is our reality, to the lantern room of the Black Lighthouse. It's time to see what you're made of, Bright. I'm in danger. I thought it might be nice to start the day out on Trapper's yacht before we head up to the Black Lighthouse. Even if I kind of hate this basic tropical vacation stuff like yachts and snorkeling or whatever, it's good for you to see me in the sun a little bit at least. There's more to me than what you've already gotten to experience. I know my whole vibe can be a little dark. Good night, WPG. Thanks for hanging out. The hat, the swimsuit, the plume of floating hair. This wasn't always who I was. I was a normal young woman once. Went to school, hung out with friends. I had a part-time job working at a restaurant in town. And then, well, I know what happened. Your father, he murdered me and I woke as an undead adventurer. That's not what I was getting at. Something else happened to me. I realized I needed to be seen. I don't even know by whom, a lot of time when you think about ghosts, they're these kind of like see-through flickering specters. You imagine reaching out and having your hand go right through them. Woo, like that sort of thing. Maybe there's some warpy effect on the world around you. I don't know, it depends on which movie you're watching. But when I died, well, I dare you to try and reach your hand through me. No, not really. That's not an invitation, it's rhetorical. Cool, because I was gonna do it. Why did I end up this way? Who brought me here to this island? Who knows? I sure don't. I've got my ideas. But I'm not exactly out there digging around in caves or dusting off antiques and trying to find clues and analyze their meanings. I do want to take this experience seriously though. I want to give the process a chance. Maybe a dumb process, and one that I have extremely little respect for as a person. But you just woke up on this beach with no memory of who you are or where you came from, and rather than freak out and simply try to swim away, you're giving this a chance. I actually didn't know that swimming away was an option. It's not. However, the fact that you never even tried, I think that means you've got courage. Or an open mind, or I don't know. Maybe you stuck around because you like someone you met here. Maybe. While the two of you were getting all deep and philosophically flirty, the yacht pulled up to the shore next to the Black Lighthouse. Last stop, everybody off. There were other stops. Oh no, not on this trip of your life. Spirit rolls her eyes and leaves for the shore. I'm just messing with you. This was the only stop. Nobody here's really looking out for our fun, so we have to make it for ourselves. But no, there are no other stops. Seriously, go. Race you to the poop deck, Dwight. Why is this game obsessed with poop? This ship doesn't even have a poop deck. Oh, it will. Oh, no, that's not a good, no. Don't poop on this boat. Hey, pilot, how are you? Welcome on in. I don't know shit about Dead by Daylight, but I'm having a lot of fun with dating sim. This is what I'm saying! As you disembark, you see Dwight and Claudette run giggling across the ship. Too bad you can't date those two. They seem like they know how to have a good time. I just want to date Dwight and Claudette, and this game won't let me, and I'm upset. Oh, I'm gonna find all the hidden endings. I'm gonna do it. You arrive at the beach near the majestic Black Lighthouse. Its imposing form towers above you. A flock of birds circles lazily. No sense of fear or urgency, as if circling a corpse that hasn't moved in ages. I'm excited about today, see? Spirit places her wrist delicately in your hand and presses your fingers down against her skin. It's cool to the touch, but you feel, is that the faintest of pulses? This seems a lot easier than the witness. Literally anything is easier than the witness. The Looker, by the way, fantastic game. 10 times better than the witness. 100% recommend. Fully free. My blood is absolutely pumping. So, what happens now? Now I show you something that no one else has ever seen up close before. Well, no one who's lived to tell about it. We're going there. Spirit points to the top of the lighthouse amongst the circling birds. I don't know, she might. We don't know. What's actually up there? Have you seen it? God damn it, Wraith! We're having a moment! Read the room! Hey y'all, how's everyone doing today? Hi Wraith. You seem chipper today? Something strange is definitely going on with this guy. Well, something else strange. Something different than what's usually going on. Wraith takes a deep breath, sucking in the ocean air like it's the greatest air that's ever been sucked. Wraith, thank you. Thank you for choosing anyone else to go on a date with today. Alone, again, forever. This is how it was meant to be. I feel alive. Are you done? We're kind of, on that date you just mentioned. Glad you're feeling better, Wraith, but just like she said, we're in the middle of something. Do you mind? Oh, right. So what you doing? Heading up to the eye of the lighthouse. Love it up there. You can really see the whole island from up there. In fact, Spirit, I thought you said no one's been up there and lived to tell about it, but this sounds exactly like telling about it. Technically, I don't think Wraith counts as being alive. I mean, I don't maintain the canon, but Spirit waves her arms at Wraith from head to toe. And if he's not dead now, he's gonna be when I punish him for interrupting our date. Hey now, we can solve our problems without our hair floating up into any menacing shapes. I'll just be over here, running away. Enjoy the view. You know, I think Wraith was kidding about that whole being up there. Honestly, the view isn't even of the island. What you can see is mostly ocean on account of it, you know, being a lighthouse. However, that does bring up an interesting point regarding your, how do I say it? Spirit's hand floats up as she scratches her head contemplatively. You don't usually see her at a loss for words like this. What's your mortal status? Because despite what our lanky friend seems to think, the lighthouse is not to be trifled with. It's a beacon of death and suffering that brings doom to it from all corners of the world, if not further. Well, duh, you saw a friggin' pirate ship seemingly travel through space and time only to crumble at the rocks beneath this spooky tower. But you decide not to point it out because that wouldn't be too romantic now, wouldn't it? Think I'm alive? I'm here with you. Walking this beach, feeling the water on my feet, feeling the sun on my skin. Here with me. The spirit? Does that really make you feel alive? I guess I don't know. If you come with me into the eye of the Black Lighthouse, you may never return. Is that a risk you're willing to take? Because we have something. I won't deny it. I feel it. I'd hate for you to simply turn to ash. If we were to commit right here and now to figuring this out as friends, we could put that risk off for another time. Just be friends? Ouch! Is this her way of letting you down easy? I don't know if I want that friendship. I want you. That's why I chose you. I can't decide this for you. I can only warn you that it may not be safe. You might die up there and there's nothing I can do about it. We're gonna go up and maybe die. Here we go. You take a deep breath and think about every particle of sea air as it travels into your body and fills your lungs. It may be the last time you have such a thought, but you feel strangely at peace with that information. I don't need another friend. I want something more. I'd risk my life for it. Spirit smiles a quirky, devilish smile. Right this way. Here we go! Inside the lighthouse is almost pitch black. It was seemingly day when you stepped through the door, but inside this place is like a void. Thanks, Greg. Oh, you about to fuck? Oh, they fucking. The last thing you see as the final rays of sun leave you is a horrible sight. A petrified body laying on the stairs, reaching not up but down as if it had been crawling. Watch your step. The things we do for love. When you arrive in the lantern room at the top of the Black Lighthouse, you breathe a sigh of relief. The light is out and seemingly defunct. Dust cakes the room as though it hasn't been operated in a century. However, somehow, it was just morning a moment ago, but now it's night? What do you mean a moment ago? We've been standing here looking out over the ocean all day. I've really enjoyed the peaceful time together with you, taking in the view, standing in complete silence for hours. It was kind of my perfect date. Really? I don't remember that. I just called it the perfect date and you can't be bothered to remember it? What kind of game are you playing with me? I want to remember it. It's just that for some reason my mind is completely blank. But hey, I'm not dead. Oh, you're already dead and have been this whole time. That's true. Maybe we'll never know? Doesn't look like the light is working. Even turned off, the light has a power to it. The massive lens refracts moonlight through itself, a subtle sparkle that has a hypnotic effect. Maybe that's where the day went, staring into this light as the sun fell and the moon rose. Thanks for spending the day with me. I had a really good time. That's it? Don't get me wrong, this is really cool and all, I guess I don't know what I expected. Words are hard, right? I suppose if you thought you were walking into your death and nothing happened, it might feel a bit anticlimactic. Sorry. Anyhow, it's time to go. Here, let me just flip on the light for the staircase so it's easier to get down. The stairs still look pretty dark. Maybe it... Spirit is interrupted by a strange hum, and then it becomes frighteningly clear to you. That switch wasn't for the stairs. It was for the main lantern. A lantern that is now beginning to power up. The faintest smell of burning begins to reach up to your nose. Oopsie! Looks like maybe that switch wasn't for the stairs at all. Now we see who is really alive and who is really dead, I suppose. It was bound to happen sooner or later. You slam your eyes closed, hoping that somehow not looking at the light itself will protect you. Not sure I see the logic in that, but if it is magic, it kind of defies logic. I want to see it, but, well, I'm a little scared. Don't look directly into the light. Open your eyes and look only at me and I'll keep you safe. Oh, fuck. Oh, it's a mini game. All right. Oh, no! Oh, I got that one. Close enough. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, no! I did! Are you okay? You seem okay. Hope I haven't ruined this by pushing you to do something you weren't meant to do. You're so brave. Maybe not so coordinated, but certainly brave. I'm so lucky you'd put yourself through this for me. It shows that you're real. Despite your attempt to resist it, the incredible force of energy from the Black Lighthouse's lantern eye refuses to subside. No, it cannot be ignored. And it doesn't matter if you look directly at it or not. In the end, this was just a trivial game. This is real life and real magic. You stare at it now and its power penetrates your mind. Hey, been a while. How are things? Doing good? Feeling more dead or more alive? Yeah, love will do that to a person. Don't worry, it'll make sense soon. You wake to hear Spirit's muffled voice. You've got a terrible taste in your mouth, like burnt hair. The air feels damp and smells like ash. It takes time for the sound to clear up, but eventually Spirit's words start making sense to you. However, it's clear she's talking to someone else, not to you. You know how sometimes people say, it's not you, it's me. Well, this time it is you, and it's also me. Wait, what? I can't believe I thought you would change for me. I can't believe I thought what you were doing was a sacrifice. You never gave anything up for me. Well, today I saw what love looks like, and it looks a whole lot different than this. Oh shit, did I fuck up? I don't think you're hearing me, which is weird because I'm practically shouting. Nobody breaks up with Trapper. Nobody. Oh yeah, fine. Nobody breaks up with Trapper, but I'm not doing that. I'm dumping, don't you say it. Oh shit. She's not talking to me. I'm dumping Evan McMillan, and there's nothing you or he can do about it. It's over between us, Evan. Rin, Trapper turns from Spirit and looks directly at you. You realize you're laying on the ground in some weird tunnel. I think that your shouting woke up Bright? My shouting? I'm just gonna stay quiet. In an attempt to be as quiet as possible, you hold your breath and freeze in place. Sorry we woke you up, Bright. After what happened, you'd probably be better off sleeping for a bit longer. Things just got out of hand. How'd you know? You were talking in your sleep, basically nonstop until you woke up and then got quiet. Oh no, that was Trapper. Whoops, sorry, whatever. What was I saying? I don't know, I don't speak Dutch. Je spreekt Nederlands? Blischbar. Yeah, see, there you go again. The jig is, as they say, up. They know you're awake now, and you're gonna have to deal with this awkward situation head on. Clearly, I shouldn't be here. You two are having a very personal conversation that I don't need to be involved in. I don't even know how I got here. Not here on this island, or here in this creepy tunnel. As far as this island goes, your guess is as good as mine. As far as this tunnel goes, we brought you here. You and Trapper, but after the lighthouse light came on, you blacked out. On your way down, I thought you might have hit your head or something. It's hard to tell what blood is new or old around here. Either way, I wanted to get you someplace safe, so I asked Trapper for help. It's not that I can't carry you, I just didn't feel like it, you know? I hate anything messing with my shards. Trapper, on the other hand, he loves nothing more than an unconscious body draped over his shoulder. Could have asked Claudette and Dwight for help, but I don't trust them. But you trust Trapper? Like and trust are two different things. You might think Trapper can be a real jerk, and you'd be right, but you get what you see with him. We brought you down here because we're the only ones who know about this place. It's part of an old tunnel network that connects different places on the island. What's up, guys? Talking Island Mysteries. My favorite topic. I was just in the neighborhood, so thought I'd pop in. Trapper, you said this place was private! Don't look at me, I didn't tell him about it. Half the appeal of this spot is getting away from people like him. Jeez, I can see when I'm not wanted. So you threw a throuple now, or? Because I gotta say, I didn't really get the whole Trapper spirit thing, but hey, if it's not my business, then I'll stick my nose in it. We're not a thing. Nobody traps the Trapper, not with traps or with relationships. You do realize you're sticking your nose in our business right now, right? Wow, so hostile. If you didn't want to talk about it, just say so. Anyway, this tunnel has some very interesting features. If you head about 50 meters down that way, you'll find... Get out! Wraith looks around just to be doubly sure that Trapper is addressing him. I was just leaving. This island, it's a lonely place, which is great for me. I love to be alone. Trapper, on the other hand, he's quite needy. And after a lot of pursuit, I finally let him catch up to me. Wow. And it became, well, I don't want to call it a relationship, because somebody really didn't want to have that talk, but we were more than friends. I dispute the events as told for the record. I don't pursue, I stalk, and I lie in wait. Seeing eye to eye was not one of the things we were good at. So, I hate to ask, but I did just look into a refrigerator-sized death lamp, so I guess I'm more of a glutton for punishment than I thought. What were you good at? Well, for starters, excuse me? I'll take that question, thank you very much. If you know anything about me by now, it's that I'm on a quest. For revenge! Exactly. What you might not know, Trapper, is like a... Wait. What you might not know, Trapper is like a great classical maestro of revenge. Trapper blushes behind the mask. That's the one way to compliment a killer. Revenge against friends who had turned their back and betrayed him. Revenge against his father for making him into a monster. Revenge against the barista who wrote Ewan on his cappuccino, knowing his name was actually Evan. For someone who thinks about revenge as much as I do, Trapper's an inspiration. But they say never to date your heroes. Good advice, but I don't think that's the saying. And then you came along, Bright. You showed me that it's okay to be lost, to feel pathetic, to push on when you have nothing real to offer anyone. Not sure where you got all of that from, but okay. You held a mirror up to my own doubts and fears and showed me they aren't everything about me, that I can embrace those things but not be defined by them. You showed me that life after death can be more than just an obsession with revenge and mind-blowing sex on the ground in a dark cave or a dusty old tunnel. We've never had sex, so that's depressing for me, but okay. Trapper nudges you in the ribs with his elbow. Gross. Clearly appealing to Trapper's better features has been a winning strategy for dumping his ass because he seems to be taking it quite well. No worries, Prince. I appreciate the thought. Welcome on in. The game is certainly going. I'll be honest, I can't tell you how well it's going. It's very confusing. But I'm enjoying it, for sure. How was your stream? How are you doing? We can do a raid. Just pretend. Hold on. I'm trying to woo this lady. And apparently she's been hooking up with this frat boy asshole behind my back. You started the dark side. What? There's a sequel? Do tell. Right? Oh no. Please tell me about the sequel. Yes, and it has so much more content. I'm in heaven. That's good, I'm glad. Well, I can't wait to check these out then. I have Darkside Detective now, thanks to QE. And I didn't realize there was a sequel. Hold on, is it on Steam? Get music, man. I wish I could spell. Fumble in the dark. Oh, I see it. I see it. Adding it to the wish list. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's on the list. All right. Trapper nudges you in the ribs with his elbow. Gross. Clearly appealing to Trapper's better features has been a winning strategy for dumping his ass because he seems to be taking it quite well. I hit the wrong button. This whole half-ass dating show parody thing, at first I obviously thought it was a lame idea. What kind of moron thought there was an audience for this? But then we spent some time together and I realized there's something actually real here. Second case is insane and I love it. I think you'll enjoy them a ton. Okay, good. And I don't want to give up on it. I don't want to give up on us. Listen, Bray, while you were knocked unconscious by some minor head trauma like a total weakling, Spirit confided in me that she has real feelings for you. I took it extremely well, naturally, because I trust her and value her opinions. That doesn't mean I trust you. If you want to get to her, you have to get through me first. By passing Trapper's Test TM, coming to BHVR TV Sundays at 8 p.m. Welcome to Trapper's Test. Answer my questions correctly or die by my blade. Question 1. What is Spirit's real name? The one given to her by her murderous father, which she only lets her real friends call her? Somebody said Rin earlier, so I'm gonna go with that. Yes! Okay, you got that one. Don't celebrate yet. Too late. Suck my balls. Question 2. What lives inside Spirit? It's a goddamn dragon, bitch! Sure, everyone knows that. They won't all be this easy. Question 3. Where did Spirit work back when she was a normal college girl before she was hell-bent on revenge? It's like a restaurant, right? It was a restaurant. Yeah! I pay attention! I know, to think I would date a waitress. Don't tell my father I ever mingled with the help like that. He'd be so disappointed in me. Your father's kind of a asshole. I'm just saying. Question 4! What's Spirit's favorite color? Balls! Black, I think. Yes! Are these questions largely superficial? Sure. Maybe I didn't get to know Spirit that well. Maybe that's why maybe that's why it didn't work out for us. Who knows? Question 5, the final question. You got this right. According to Spirit, what's worse than being dead? Oh, fuck. Yes! When I pitched Trapper's Test to the suits at BHVR TV, they told me there was no room in the budget for a new car to be given as the final prize for winning. So I killed them all right there on the spot. While killing them didn't solve any of the budget problems, it sure did feel good. I'm telling you this to A, brag, and to B, explain why the only thing you're going to win is me saying, congratulations for passing Trapper's Test. Not that it was some huge challenge. I mean, the woman obsessed with the giant light that shines in the dark has a chip on her shoulder about being seen. Go figure, you probably guessed, but the rules are rules. Even if I literally just made them up, you got it right. Oh my god, we got it right. Here we go. Hi, Ark. Welcome on in. How are you? How was your stream? How's everybody doing? I'm just over here playing the Dead by Daylight dating simulator. I'm trying to woo this gorgeous ghost lady over here, and this stupid jock boy is making it hard for me. Chatting about new and D&D stuff. Oh, that's fun. That's cool. I like that. My roommate just got a new fancy like D&D table where he can like set up for it. He's a DM. He likes to be in charge. But it's fancy and he's got all the like slots for the people. They come over, you put your drinks in the things. It's fancy. Yeah, he's where I get most of my D&D knowledge from. I've played a couple of times, but it's a lot. It's overwhelming for me. I appreciate it. I think it's really cool, but I always get overwhelmed. There's a lot of stuff involved with D&D. There's a lot of information. I think maybe that's my issue with it, is that there's a lot going on. There's too many things to memorize. There's a whole book. But anyway, I love D&D. I love it. I'm just confused by it, I think, is the thing. Also, apologies. I've had this entire bottle. I might be a little drunk. But yeah. D&D is awesome. And Ark is awesome. And thank you so much for coming on in here. We're playing the Dead by Daylight dating sim. I don't know shit about Dead by Daylight, and I'm trying to woo this lovely lady over here. We're doing it. My girlfriend is the same. It's just, and I think, listen, I think it has a lot to do with my ADHD, because I've tried a few times with like different systems, you know, D&D versus like, I've forgotten it now. But there was another thing. It was like a futuristic, like fun sci-fi situation that was also D&D-ish. Either way, very fun. And I have a lot of fun, like 2 or 3 episodes in, and then I usually get overwhelmed. I'm sure there's some way that I would like vibe. Does that make sense? I'm sure there's like a way that I would vibe with it, that I would be like, yes, let's keep doing this, let's go. But I usually get overwhelmed, and that's not a big deal. Like I honestly, like, my favorite thing is when my roommate has his like D&D sessions, and then he comes to me afterwards and he's like, hey, here's what happened. And then he tells me the whole story. That's my favorite thing. I just love listening to his little stories where he's like, and then we did this thing, and then we did this thing, and then we did this thing, and it's so cool. And I'm just like, that's really awesome, and I'm proud of you. That's how I feel about D&D. I like watching other people do it. I think is my thing. Yeah. Right? I will be your cheerleader. 100%. I'll be your cheerleader. Like, hell yeah. You take on that mind flayer. You do that thing. That's me. I got you. All right, let's see what Trapper has to say. Okay. So I guess I approve of you dating Spirit or whatever. I never really cared in the first place. I was just hoping you'd slip up and give me a good excuse to wet my blade with your blood. This man's been trying to kill me since I started this game, let's be honest. Maybe I'll find a reason tomorrow. For now, you two have fun. Wink, 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 Trapper out. Oh God, why everyone here just says wink instead of actually winking. I'm sorry you had to endure that. What, 5 measly questions? It was nothing. Not even that. As ridiculous and unnecessary as it was, the whole thing. The waking up in a random tunnel, the overhearing our argument, the news that Trapper and I had something going on, and the stupid quiz, all of it, especially the whole Trapper out catchphrase. Hi, Penny! They are missing eyelids. That's a- No! This- She just picked this up. Not for kitties. No, ma'am. Come here, come say hi. Yeah, you're being ridiculous. Yes, ma'am. It's only because I actually like you. None of it would have happened if I didn't. Are you okay? What are you doing? Calm down. There you go. Good girl. What are you doing? Okay. She's got to rub up against all of the things. All right. And I like you too, Spirit. Please, call me Rin. That's her real name. You hanging out? Okay. Please don't touch the buttons. I didn't really feel like our lighthouse experience was completed. There was something else I wanted to show you. Alone up in the lantern room of the tower. Get your mind out of the gutter, Bright. It's not that kind of game. Damn it. What's that? Hold on a moment. I'm being told, no, wait, it is that kind of game. Disregard the gutter comment. Okay. Come back up there with me? There's no place I'd rather be. Oh shit, folks, here we go. You ready, Penny? You're excited to return to the lantern room of this lighthouse, despite all of the drama and worry that was previously a part of this place for you. More importantly, you're excited to be there with Spirit, which makes it all the more crushing. When you're interrupted, God damn it, Claudette and Dwight! Get out of here! Claudette, Dwight, funny seeing you here. Wait, did I see funny? I meant tragic. Tragic? I don't think so. What could be tragic about a family reunion? Those are always joyous occasions in my experience. Before they explain what that's even supposed to mean, the lighthouse begins to howl a low, frightening sound. The lens begins to glow in a now familiar way. You prepare to shield your eyes in case something happens to you again. Now isn't the time for any reality show adjacent shenanigans. Dwight, Claudette, shield your eyes. We don't know what the lighthouse will... Now, please don't interrupt. You'd think after all this time, you'd know that we've got your best interests in mind. What? No, of course I don't think that. I... Got wax in your ears, friend? I asked you not to interrupt. Too late. The black light flares. In the darkness, you see something horrible and strange. In the place of Claudette and Dwight are two ghoulish silhouettes. But before you can focus on them, the light passes and the two survivors are returned to their normal states. It's breezy up here. I should have packed a sweater. What in the hairy hell? Hey, watch the language. You shouldn't speak that way. Around your elder... Oh, who the fuck is this? What is this? Around your elders. Grandpa? It's the Oni. My little Rin. You're such a woman now. They grow up fast. Oh, what? Right. Meet Grandpa cousin Yamaoka. Well, technically not just Grandpa. Technically, he's my great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandpa. But there's a lot of greats to say in a row. I haven't seen my little Ren since I watched over her from the afterlife when she was just a little girl. And I expect you to say all the greats. It's a matter of honor and respect. Except Rin. She can do what she wants, my precious little angel. But you! Oni stares at you with his demonic red eyes. You're pretty sure even the decorative third eye on his mask is looking at you. You mongrel! You must treat me with respect, or so help me I'll be cleaning bits of your head off my kanabo. A kanabo is like a metal baseball bat covered in spikes, FYI. I'm not sure what a peasant like you is doing so close to a descendant of the oh my god. Of the noble Yamaoka bloodline in the first place. Dirk, Claudine, explain what's going on to me. It's Dwight, sir, and Claudette, remember? We explained to you that you were gonna come meet with your great-great-great-great-great-great-granddaughter's suitor and give or withhold your approval. 5 greats! don't even really know what to say right now. That's totally fair. This game is bonkers. Great-great-great-great-great-grandfather, sir. Your honor, master, sir. Wait, he's a samurai, not a judge. Grandpa, they must have summoned you here because they think you have a great judgment, and because if they summoned you, because if they summoned my father, I would be too distracted by torturing him for all of eternity to continue with the rest of whatever this is. Show, game, experience. Oh yes, that makes sense. Only a man of my own power and magnitude can help. Self-important much? Nice to meet you, Kazan. Only my friends and family call me Kazan. Those who tremble in fear at my presence call me Oni. You're seeing a serious resemblance to Trapper in not only the sheer size of the man that Oni is, but also his attitude. Apparently, Spirit has a type. You're sure you can or want to measure up to that? It dawns on you that, wait a second, maybe you do resemble Oni. Every time you've tried to look at your own reflection, however, you've become dizzy and confused. This definitely deserves more thought, but now's not the time to consider the fact that you might be some kind of hulking vampire with the first ever case of self-blindness. There's a massive samurai mad-dogging you from 2 steps away. Well, you don't scare me at all, so I'll stick with Kazan. Peasant! I realize now the true purpose of my visit is to extinguish your light! Oni waves his katana in the air at you menacingly, like great-great-great-great-great-grandfather, like great-great-great-great-great-granddaughter, apparently. Hello, Slender! Welcome on in, how are you? Hold up there, Grandpops, not so fast. You're only supposed to kill them if they deserve it. First, you should get to know them a little better. Young people these days. Always waiting to kill people, insisting they must deserve it. Back in my day, you did what needed to be done because your nobility depended on it. In his day, for such an imposing presence, he sure is giving off serious old man yells at cloud vibes. You see, when I was a young man, we didn't have foreigners on our land. We didn't need them. We had an abundance of culture already. A little too much if you ask me. But I didn't make the rules. The rulers did, exactly how it should be. This guy's very antiquated. Thank you for the host, Slender. I appreciate it. Literature, art, commerce, theater, fashion, poetry, puppet shows, ghost stories, courtesans, gambling, fighting, fine dining, fast food, public executions. What were we talking about? Spirit giggles at her okay, I'm not saying all those every time. At Oni's forgetfulness. You wonder, does she even like this guy? She sure hates her father, so... Listen up, old man. We don't have time for you to list every activity available to a samurai in the entirety of the Edo period. Silence, peasant! You're showing your ignorance. Samurai were forbade from many activities that didn't befit the Bushido code, such as attending certain theatrical performances for entrance. Oh my god, I can't with words right now, I'm so sorry. For instance, sometimes, however, a samurai would put on a disguise in order to seek out entertainment. Now, I'm not saying I did that because I had honor and a body built like an entire castle that is quite hard to hide, but clearly, you have neither my honor nor my physique. You don't even know about the ins and outs of the shifting rules of traditional Japanese samurai etiquette. You fool! It's been 5 hours and several wine. I tried to combine multiple words together. Rin, what would you want with such an uneducated admirer as this? You find it hard to believe that any contemporary person knows all that much about who was and who wasn't allowed to do what leisure activities over 100 years ago. However, you're not really sure how to handle this massive demonic old man. Of course, Slender, I'm playing a dating sim. I gotta have a little bit of wine. Oh wait, I get it. Sweet Rin, my beautiful descendant, you've invited me here to do what you're too kind to do. Bash this jerk's head in! Claude, Doris, fetch my canopo. Rin, wrap your robe around this mongrel's hands and hold them still. We'll splatter their brains on the beach together as family. Grandpa, no! That's not why I invited you here at all. In fact, I didn't invite you. Claudette and Dwight did. Ahaha, yes, sure. Wink, wink, wink. This whole saying wink out loud thing is getting out of hand. I agree. Him and Trapper really do have a lot in common, don't they? I swear, Bright has a good soul and the heart of a warrior. They've fought for my love in their own way, faced down death more than once, and put up with their fair share of nonsense. Nonsense which seems to be endless. Can we, I don't know, wrap this up already? Of course, of course. Who am I to expect anyone to wait around for my approval? I've only been hanging out as a ghost and watching my bloodline be polluted by cowards and quitters for 5 generations. Just give your ancestor-in-law a hug. Sword drawn, Oni beckons you closer. There's no way he's ever hugged anyone in his entire life. I think I'm good over here, actually. Rin, now! Push them my way and I'll split them in half. The sacrifice of this usurper to the Yamaoka bloodline will surely bring us back to life and set us back on the course of honor. You're so silly, Grandpa. We both know that only one sacrifice can get our family back on track. Revenge on my father! Your great-great-great-great-grandson, traitor to the Yamaoka name! The lust for violence in your voice. It fills me with cheer. I'll never forget who I am. I suppose, if this is the person you want to be with, to go on your journey of bloody revenge with, I should trust your judgment. The strength inside of you blooms from the same cherry tree that was planted centuries ago by our shared ancestors. And if Bright ever treats me poorly, you have my word on our family's honor, I will wield my katana and get them like a fish. A tear rolls down from behind Oni's demonic mask. You sure you want to marry into this? And one last word of advice, my dear girl. The father stuff, don't forget it, but maybe stop focusing so specifically and obsessively on it. What he did, it was awful, and it was already done, but it was already done. Do something for yourself now. Just my 2 cents. Be well, Rin. I will see you again soon. Now let's go, servants! Clint, Denise, return me to the stables. I assume my dragon has been fed and tended to? Yes, sure. I swear, this is still better than dealing with Trapper's dad. I'm sorry if I was disrespectful of your great-great-great-great-great-grandfather. He seemed like a very special man. I realize I will never measure up to someone like that. A warrior with a hell of a fashion sense. I mean, that mask. Don't worry, I'd never expect you to. Or want you to, really. If all I wanted was the biggest brute alive, I'd be down in Trapper's Cave right now avoiding his vintage bear traps. But that's not the life I've imagined for myself. This sense of abstract duty, anger at a world changing around me, a lust for blood, that's no way to live. And yet, as you know, that is the Yamaoka way of life. Oh, for sure, yeah, she'll kill you if you cheat. Forever, I'm cursed to battle against the dragon that lives inside me. Or at least maybe I was, until now. Oh, call me the Dragon Tamer, baby! You haven't won this game yet, please don't ruin it. Sorry, I have no idea where that came from. I think we spent enough time in this lantern room. We should get back to the beach. How did my pen get over here? Okay. The moonlight sets a romantic mood as storm clouds roll in and surround the black lighthouse. You know, the sun might have set, but if we wait long enough, it will rise again. Oh, shit! She took off her kimono. Spirit removes her sheer robe, showing you her strappy black bikini. Her pale skin glows under the light of the moon. Maybe you could help me get a head start on applying tomorrow's sunscreen. Okay, I mean, yes, of course. Last time, well, I definitely felt more connected to you afterwards. To be totally real with you, I kind of just asked you as a goof, but I really enjoyed it. Right, she is ripped. I swear though, if you tell anyone about this, I will not be labeled a foot freak. Not that there's anything wrong with feet, it's just something about that kind of attention really gets people talking. Steady. Oh shit, oh shit! Damn it! I'm really bad at this. Ah, I got it, I got it. Okay, here we go, here we go. Close. Shit! Yes! Close. It's hard. Balls. Damn it. This is very difficult. Oh! Yes! I'm not reading this. I can't. Suffice it to say, she's enjoying the sunscreen experience, okay? The fact that she said my skin has never been more moist is very uncomfortable to me. Get up here right now! Before you can find a towel to wipe off your lotioned hands, Spirit grabs you and pulls you in close. Her lips lock onto yours. They're surprisingly soft and warm. The sensation is incredible. Clouds cover the moon and you find yourself on the beach with Spirit in complete darkness. You can feel the narrow straps of her bathing suit come undone and come to life, snaking through the air and wrapping around your body, lifting you up off your feet. Come here, you. So this is what it feels like to fly. As Spirit pulls you close, you feel bits of glass press into your flesh. Pain and pleasure mix and wash over you like the ocean, salty air stinging your skin as you writhe against your undead lover. The lighthouse howls. In the darkness, you're pretty sure that Spirit lets the dragon inside of her take over. If it kills you, you're sure that it will have all been worth it. The clouds part just as you manage to pull yourself exhausted away from Spirit. Did I get a piece of glass? A chunk of broken glass is lodged in your shoulder. When you pluck it from your skin, it drips blood. Sorry, I think this got stuck to me when we were... When I was having the best night of my life. Spirit drags her fingertip over the sharp end of the glass shard. Keep it. Consider a memento. I've got plenty more where that came from. Oh, snap. You arrive at the beach to find Claudette and Dwight waiting for you. Now's the time, Dwight. Dwight. Right? I don't know how to read, I'm sorry. To face your destiny. Actually, about that. Bright, can we talk privately? Maybe not here? Maybe someplace else would be better for this talk? You know how we feel about schedules, Spirit. Very strongly. And you know how I feel about you telling me what to do. Don't do it! Like I said, I'd rather have this talk with Bright privately. It's not right to do it here in front of everyone. All right, okay, I can feel that we are at the end of the game, but I really need to go to the bathroom. So, I will be right back, I promise. Watch some clips, enjoy it, I'll be right back. I'm going to encounter another thing coming out of the wall. And I'd really love it if that just didn't happen. That would just be fabulous. Oh, God damn it! You're not wrong. I don't actually know this whole song, I just know that part.
I'll help you.
Just keep doing that
I'm not done yet. Hold on, one more, last one. All right, here we go. Hold on. All of my hair is messed up.
Baz is also very interesting.
All right, here's the last one. Alien antenna.
Baz, easy.
Ouch!
Oh my God.
Don't get
Oh, I hit myself in the head. Okay. How many bullets do I have? I think I can only do it once. Okay. It's a puzzle gun. Is it? Can I just shoot the Fuck this puzzle. Oh my God, what is this game? Oh no, my gun is gone. Oh.
Missed your deadline.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The best he can come up with to taunt me as a writer is, "You missed your deadline." Like, oh no! Oh gosh, my book is late. I'm sorry, I know it's serious. There's just something so funny to me about like someone trying really hard to be scary and just being like, "You missed your deadline. Also, I have an axe and am actively trying to kill you, but your book is gonna be late." Oh, yes! And he only has one ball! We did it, folks! We fucking did it!
Before they put the whole place in lockdown.
Oh, only took us 473 ball shots to kill Hitler in his one ball. Ah, okay. We're back. You know, from my experience in upper management at my father's mine, I learned that if you're gonna fire someone, it's best to do it in public so they don't freak out. I don't understand why the internet is telling me this game is only 1 to 2 hours, right? That's what I thought too! This game is very long. Unless you're like skipping through all the dialogue, I don't know how you're finishing it that fast. Please, enough of the fire talk. Wait, you think? No, she couldn't be. They seem so in love. Well, I mean, not really. Spirit is still spirit. But if I tried to imagine Spirit in love, I suppose she hasn't attempted to murder Bright yet, so... Okay, fine. Your guess is as good as mine, really. This girl is very hard to read. A word of advice, though, if you're going to end it quickly. In my experience, the more pathetic the creature, the more annoying the final howls are. I don't need any advice. Everyone out! Except for Bright. Did someone say final howls? That's kind of my whole jam. I can stay, right? Especially you! Out! Limb. Alone with Spirit, you feel something awful hanging in the air. more awful than even the lingering smell of that Cleaver body spray. Ugh, the gag. I'm gagging. We're all gagging for a Cleaver body spray. Rin, I don't know what you plan on saying, but before you say anything, just know that I really, really enjoyed my time with you. Getting to know you over the past few days helped me get to know myself, and for that I just wanted to say thank you. That's sweet. You're welcome. And you know what? It's that kind of thing that shows me you've got a good heart inside of you. Too good for me to carve out and toss into the ocean, but also too good for me to love. I need someone who shares my interests, someone I can connect with, someone jaded and dispassionate, only driven forward by a desire for revenge. I need someone who isn't so warm that I feel cold in comparison. I need someone who isn't you. Am I being rejected? Am I being dumped? Can we just be friends? I don't know if, before you finish that, just know if we're not friends, we'll probably become enemies and I will destroy you. Friends it is! Glad to have you here for me when I need you, but also not too close to me when I don't. So yeah, I'll see you around. Spirit starts to leave. Wait, what? That's it? That's how this ends? You're just leaving me here? I'm not sure I'd use the word ends, and for that matter, I wouldn't say that I'm leaving, but us, we're definitely through. The fact that you can't see that, well, it just proves that we were never really belonged together anyhow. Good night, Bright! What the hell? I spent all this time on this island, doing everything I can to get to know you, only to be told that I should just leave the chocolate factory through the side door? I don't know what that means. Anyway, I said goodnight, Bright. See you around. Wait, am I the killer? Am I the killer? And am I gonna get so upset that I murder someone who's already dead? Jeez, I'm sorry. What a bummer. Hey, why did she keep saying she'll see me around? Gosh, I have no idea. And so, my precious killers live happily ever after, as they should, learning to love themselves first and foremost, whilst trapped in a never-ending cycle of torture of my design. Wait, did I just spoil my true identity? Well, you made it this far, you should probably know that. Then you'll have to play again to find out more. Goodbye, Bright. See you again later. And again. And again. Forever. God damn it! I'm upset. I tried to woo a beautiful lady. And I was tricked. To do now. We did share a beautiful night together, and then she broke up with me. Sad. What am I supposed to do with my life now? Spirit doesn't like me. Did I just answer her questions wrong? Is that what happened? I gotta look this up later. Figure out what I did wrong. This, you know what? If this is anything, it's a testament to how good I am at dating. I'm always saying the wrong thing. Oh god. Well, it was a very silly game. I enjoyed it. I'm just sad. the wrong thing is subjective, though. Yeah, particularly in this game. This doesn't function like regular dating sims. I can bumble my way through a regular dating sim. This was wild. It is still fun, though. God, it's midnight. Oh, Jesus. Oh, my. Game seemed like it wanted you to play into a specific stereotype. They usually do. Like, they had a few of the stereotypes from, like, dating sims. It was just a little... It was definitely different. That's okay. I'll look into it. I'll figure out what's going on. This is... Sparkle and I share Steam libraries, and this is her game. She said it... She asked me if she bought it, would I play it? And I said yes, so... I'll be looking into this. I might play it a few more times. We'll see. I'm the kind of person who played Dream Daddy like 6 different times to get all the endings, so I'll be looking into this. We'll see. We'll see.